Dear colleagues, you should be hearing me. Those of us watching us online, and especially those of you who are here in person. My name is Karlis Bukovskis. I'm the director of the Latvian International Affairs, and it is my utmost pleasure to welcome you all here at the 10th anniversary of the EU conversations. Commissioner Dombrovskis, Deputy Speaker Kalniņa Lukaševica, President Zatlers, Chairman Sapuritis. I always love the introduction of chairman. Dear Excellencies in the diplomatic lounge, dear friends, colleagues, and dear shadows. Many of you noticed that we have the average age in this audience today is a little bit... Thank you, Atis. And so we have a shadow day today, so young people can be tailing and bandwagoning high-level officials and experts throughout the whole day and see how they work. So in this case, and we're going to hear a little bit also from their side in just in a minute. So the event, the EU Conversation, started back in 2016 to celebrate the success of Latvia's first presidency of the Council of the European Union. Now it is 2025, and we are 3 years from the second presidency of the Council of the European Union. And the EU Conversations were born and raised as a small gathering of best experts, highest level decision makers, and now it is the EU-wide popular gathering of best experts and high-level EU decision makers. It's been an honor of the Latvian International Affairs and me personally to welcome so many people, a couple of hundred of speakers throughout these 10 years. So many excellent speakers, so many friends, and have meaningful discussions, meaningful conversations on the European Union, on its problems, on its hopes, and on its anticipations. From having only the two most dedicated long-term partners in the form of European Commission representation here in Latvia and the Latvian Parliament, indispensable and undeniably heartwarming support and ambition, and support for our ambition has been from both institutions and from all the colleagues throughout the 10 years who have been participating in making this event happen. And today we celebrate the anniversary, the birthday, with full participation of 6 more leading think tanks from the European Union member states: Institute of International Relations Political Science at the Vilnius University, International Center for Defense and Security, ICDS, don't see Christie anywhere at the moment, Swedish Institute of National Affairs, Danish think tank Eiropa, the Finnish Institute of National Affairs, and also this year's newcomer, the German Institute for European Politics. So you are the best, and thank you so much for supporting us. Now, very shortly, I have a second page to read. As this year's conversations, we chose the topic Europe for the New Age, right? Because it is evident that the world of transatlantic relations, European Union is entering a new era, a new age. And so it is not fully clear how it will be shaped like, but at least we see that the process is somehow managed. It's not a complete chaos. So it is emotional, it's non-linear, but, well, at least it's not bananas. Meanwhile, as it was pointed out by our colleague, where did I see Nicholas Eilot, when he saw the title for the first time, he was saying that, no, wait, New Age has a specific meaning, right? It is about the, it is about the spiritual and religious practices from the early 1970s, right? Hippies. New Age is eclectic and unsystematic in structure, filled with the occult, esoterics, alternative medicine, emphasis on unifying science and religion and spirituality, and mysticism, right? So it was clear for me at that point that the title should stay. Because today's politics are definitely about mysticism, occultism, esoterics, and everything else mentioned above, and the unknown. So, welcome all to the Europe for the new age, and whatever brings us, whatever this new age brings us, we all understand, I think, not only in this room, but everybody else here, that we must stand united, otherwise we will definitely fall divided. And with this, allow me to welcome Zane Petre, the head of the European Commission representation. No, Zane, according to my list, you are the next one. Because who has been the best dealing with esoterics in politics, if not technocratic European Commission? So the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Carlis. Honorable Deputy Speaker Kalniņa Lukaševica, Commissioner Dombrovskis, President Zatlers, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, friends of Europe, and of course the shadows that are many of you here today. It is my great honor and privilege to welcome you for this 10th edition of the EU Conversations. It is an esteemed forum dedicated to insightful and forward-looking dialogue on European Union affairs. I would like to start by extending my gratitude to our enduring partners, the Saeima and the Latvian Institute of International Affairs, and special thanks goes to Kārlis Bukovskis, whose unwavering support and collaboration have been instrumental in fostering this platform for meaningful exchange. As Kārlis mentioned, this year's theme is Europe for the New Age, and it resonates deeply as we navigate a period marked by significant geopolitical shifts, technological advancements, and societal transformations. In particular, we meet at a moment when the global security architecture is becoming less predictable, and long-standing assumptions about partnerships and shared responsibilities are being tested. In this new environment, there is a growing consensus that Europe must assume greater strategic responsibility, not in isolation, but as a confident and capable actor that can decide, act, and lead when circumstances demand it. This is also a moment when the global economy faces uncertainty. Free and fair trade is in Europe's DNA and is the backbone of Europe's prosperity and competitiveness. We agree that the global trading system might need reform, but as President von der Leyen said, reaching for tariffs will not fix it. So this is a moment that calls for clarity of vision, unity of purpose, and a renewed belief in Europe's capacity to shape its own future. In last December, the von der Leyen Commission began its second mandate. Building on the lessons of a transformative first term, the new Commission has set out a strategic vision for Europe in a rapidly changing world, one that places security and defense, competitiveness, and democratic integrity at its core. Russia's continued aggression against Ukraine has left no room for ambiguity. Europe must become a stronger and more capable security actor. Just a few weeks ago, the Commission published the white paper on European defense, Readiness 2030, a new strategic vision, outlining the structural changes needed to close the defense capability gaps, boost joint procurement, and foster a resilient European defense industrial base. The plan prioritizes interoperability, better coordination, and military mobility, also in Europe's eastern regions. Complementing this, the Rearm Europe Readiness 2030 initiative proposes mobilizing up to 800 billion euros, including 150 billion euros in EU-backed loans, allowing to scale up defense production, support innovation, and ensure that the armed forces of the EU member states are ready to deter and to respond. It is clear that Latvia, as a frontline state, understands the urgency of these efforts. For Latvia, defense is not abstract, it is existential. Investment in defense is essential for the security, but it's also important for EU's competitiveness and the development of industrial base. And central to these efforts is the competitiveness compass that was building upon the recommendations of the Draghi report and establishes competitiveness as one of EU's overarching principles for action. Here we focus on three areas: innovation, decarbonization, and security, and aim to make Europe the place where future technologies, services, and clean products are invented, manufactured, and brought to market. Europe cannot afford to fall behind. Ladies and gentlemen, this brings me to the third priority, upholding the rule of law and defending democracy, which remains fundamental to everything the EU represents. In her 2024 political guidance, President von der Leyen reminded us that democracy must be defended every day in every corner of our Union. And the Commission is now also preparing to launch a new initiative, the European Defence Shield, to better protect our democratic systems from various threats, from foreign interference and from disinformation. This will be concrete tools to safeguard electoral processes, strengthen media freedom, and support civil society organizations. We must never take democracy for granted. It is our shared responsibility to protect and nurture it for current and future generations. Ladies and gentlemen, to conclude, as we chart the course for this new age, let us draw inspiration from the words of Jean Monnet, one of the founding architects of European integration. People only accept change when they are faced with necessity, and only recognize necessity when a crisis is upon them. And we are living in such a moment. The necessity for change is clear, and so is our collective capacity to shape it. Let us move forward with confidence, which is rooted in our values, which is driven by our common purpose, and united by our belief in the European idea. Thank you very much, and I wish you a productive and engaging conference.
Thank you, Zana, so much. I was just informed that I broke a protocol a little bit in moderating this, but allow me to welcome Dr. Zanda Kalniņa-Lukaševica. Zanda has been probably one of the most loyal supporters of the EU conversations for all these 10 years. Whenever we, at the last moment, needed a smart Latvian person to join on a panel, Zanda never said no. And this is my personal pleasure today to welcome you as the opening keynote speaker at this podium. Please, Zanda.
President, Commissioner, Director Karlis, ladies and gentlemen, friends, it's my absolute pleasure, privilege and honor to welcome you today to the Parliament. President Kungs, Komisār Kungs, Director.
Mr. President, Mr. Commissioner, Director, MPs, and young people shadowing officials today. It is an honor to be here today with you at the 10th edition of this conference. It truly feels like a birthday, really, and I feel excited about it. And as every other year, it is a joy and pleasure for me to address you on behalf of the Saeima Presidium. And I see that another colleague from the Presidium, Mr. Grasbergs, is also present here in this room. Back in the day, when we spoke about foreign policy, it seemed as though we were talking about purely theoretical issues or something that's interesting for the academics. But actually, right now, we are living in a time that will later be written about in history books. For sure, this is a time of high stakes. It is a dangerous time, but this is also a time of opportunities, if we know how to invest in these opportunities. For sure, foreign policy is no longer just a theoretical matter. It is a matter of our policy making, of our existence. And therefore, discussions like the one we're having today is important for shaping the policies of Latvia and of the European Union. Today, we also have a Job Shadow Day. And for this reason, let us remember that our decisions will influence the future of our children as well. So now I give the floor to my shadow from Riga State Gymnasium number 2, Maria. Good morning, honorable discussion participants. It is truly a joy and an honor to be here. I am shadowing Zanda Kalniņa-Lukaševica, and maybe in the future, hopefully I can become your colleague one day as well. And I wish that you can be inspired from the creativity and energy of young people. And I also urge you to convey your knowledge, your experience, your expert knowledge to the young people who are looking up to you and who are following you today. Have a successful conference. We have wonderful young people here in Latvia because they are willing to come up to the podium and address an audience without much prior preparation. That is brilliant. Let's look at today's conference agenda. We're living in turbulent times. Undeniably, it is vital for Latvia to ensure that the world in the future remains based on international rules. And to achieve this, we need to hold Russia accountable for its crimes and achieve just peace in Ukraine. In recent weeks, we see that political leaders are perhaps getting sidetracked, focusing on some other issues, on most recent events. But we have to keep our focus on justice, and we need to tirelessly keep working to achieve justice. Latvia has close friends and partners in its EU friends and NATO. We have a circle of friends, but we cannot enjoy good times with our friends. Instead, we have to work together because the world has changed fundamentally. Dear friends, I think that Europe has many opportunities, even though these opportunities may be imposed on us instead of chosen by us. If you look back, the US has had a very important role in shaping today's global order. Perhaps if we look even further back in history, the Roman Empire had an influence on the spread of Christianity. And likewise, perhaps we can even say that the United States has had just as large impact on the way world has been shaped in recent history. If it wasn't for the US, would we be here where we are? Would Europe look like the same it is today? And would the EU be established the way it has been? Thankfully, in last century, we had supporters who helped our country persevere despite the Soviet occupation. Yes, Europe had its own plans for cooperation, for defense, for development, for climate. But Mike Tyson, perhaps the most renowned philosopher of today, he said that everyone has their own plans until the moment they are punched in the face. And then you need to adapt to the new environment. 6 years ago, the President of France, Emmanuel Macron, during Donald Trump's first presidency of the US, he raised the issue of the EU's strategic autonomy because of the US perhaps moving a bit away from Europe. And 6 years ago, nobody really thought much of it. Not many people took it seriously. But today we see that this has become a necessity. Today, when we're talking about energy independence or other kind of independence in Europe, this seems self-evident to us that we need to move towards greater independence. Europe is purchasing capabilities to ensure its own defense. And back 80 years ago, the US was a supporter of the newly emerging European Union. And today, Europe is being reborn again. Some experts, some researchers have mentioned that the European Union, in a way, is also a foreign policy product of the US. And likewise, today, the US is also driving development of the European Union. Mr. Bukovskis mentioned the New Age movement of the 1970s in reference to the name of today's conference. A popular Latvian rock group, Sīpoli, has a song called New Age, or Jauna era in Latvian, and I think this is also very topical, because in this song they sing about a new age and the fact that we can no longer keep up with our old habits. We need to find the energy to do what must be done and to strengthen Europe. I think that Europe has woken up. We have no other choice, especially in our region. We need dynamic innovations for our economy. We need a self-sustained energy infrastructure. We need to boost our defense capabilities. And later on, when we look back in time, we will see how much we have achieved in all of these areas. We have achieved a lot in energy security, in strengthening our defense industry. Here we still have some way to go, but I believe that we can achieve our goals. Latvians always have very high standards for ourselves and for others. And indeed, we must be more decisive. We need more energy because there really is a lot at stake, if not everything. If we look at the current situation, the current landscape, the aggressor state is at our borders. There are challenges. Europe must wake up in the new age. Europe must work. In expert circles, this is well known, but perhaps in Latvia we are not as aware of foreign interference as we should be. Our fight for our freedom, for our beliefs, is not just a matter of wartime, but peacetime as well. Our enemies have new weapons at their disposal that they can use to interfere in our internal affairs, in our daily life, to affect our society. Europe is not just an abstract idea. The EU is 27 countries and 450 million individuals. And every single one of these people have a different outlook, a different worldview. Unfortunately, we tend to live in our own little bubbles, and as a result, especially on social networks, we become less tolerant of others. Russia is trying to disrupt democracy. We're using cyber attacks, political sabotage, disinformation campaigns, weaponized migration, economic coercion, corruption, and even more. This has been documented very well, and this is still ongoing in the social networks that we use every day. And Russia's target is to weaken our democratic cohesion, our democratic structures, to undermine our fundamental systems and structures, and create systemic vulnerabilities using democracy as a weapon against ourselves. Over the last decade, Russia has been interfering in referendums and elections all across Europe, including in the Brexit referendum, in the US presidential election, in French presidential elections, in Romania, in Moldova. This is a blatant case of Russia's interference, and we must learn from these cases. This is also an urgent wake-up call for us to strengthen our democratic processes, to stand strong against well-coordinated attempts to disrupt our democracy. We need to look at new ways to stand against these challenges in the new age. Russia is not our only enemy. Let us remember that as well. We need knowledge, we need critical thinking, we need conversations. We need to strengthen our cyberspace, our election systems. And this requires urgent action. Otherwise, we risk that our democratic pillars will be destroyed and hostile powers will take over Europe. I do hope, and I actually believe, that today's conference can help us answer several of these questions. How can we strengthen the EU? How can we become even more powerful in this new age? How can we fulfill the tasks that need to be done, and how can we wake up those who are still sleeping? We have no other choice. Thank you, and good luck today.
Thank you. Thank you, Zanda, so much. We'll be able to see her also on the panel later on. So, but I was during your speech, I was thinking that in 10 years, I think I have heard everything at the EU conversations. But we have had quotes from Spinelli, Monet, Churchill. Mike Tyson was the first. Colleagues, please allow me to welcome Commissioner Valdis Dombrovskis. Valdis Dombrovskis has been always with the EU conversations with these past 10 years. No matter how high the office was or how fancy the title was, you never said no. Well, at least not intentionally. And Valdis, please, the floor is yours. And Dr. Dita Sorensen from think tank Eiropa, Deputy Director, is going to be your moderator.
Thank you. And ladies and gentlemen, also from my side, a welcome to the EU Conversations 2025. My name is Dita Sorensen, and I have the delight to moderate this opening keynote conversation. So with me, I have Executive Vice President of the European Commission, Valdis Dombrovskis. And Dombrovskis, we've had the pleasure of knowing you as a commissioner for more than 10 years now. You entered with the Juncker Commission in 2014 and have since then been worn more or less every hat related to the European economy. You've been commissioner for the euro, the social dialogue, financial services, financial stability, capital markets union, trade, and now you serve as the commissioner not only for economy and productivity, but also for implementation and simplification. I think it's safe to say that we could not find anyone more equipped to help us unpack the state of European competitiveness in an increasing complex global economy. So for the next 30 minutes, we'll discuss how the EU can strengthen competitiveness and what is needed to coordinate our efforts, but we'll also take stock of the next generation EU, as well as the Commission's ambition to simplify European regulation. But I wanted to kick us off, our conversation off, on something perhaps a little less core to your portfolio, but which I assume is on everyone's mind, namely how the EU can navigate in increasingly challenging geopolitical environment. So it's been less than 2 days since President Trump made his Liberation Day announcement, underlining the boiling tensions between the US and the EU. Tensions that are not limited to trade, but also concerns the EU's right to digital regulation, and not least questions regarding security, defense, and Ukraine. You were recently in Kiev to mark that the Commission disbursed additional €1 billion as part of the EU's macro financial assistance to Ukraine. And before we dive into our conversation on the state of European economy, I wanted to get your impressions from your recent visit to Ukraine. What struck you from that trip that you would like to share with us today?
Good morning, everyone, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. It's a pleasure to be back for this EU Conversations 2025. And indeed, as you already outlined, we live in quite turbulent times and face manifold challenges, both as regards security and defense and as regards economy and competitiveness. And on Security and defense, I think the recent positioning also of the Trump administration underlines very much the need for EU to do more for its own security and defense. And that's exactly what we had put forward with the European Commission's initiative on Rearm Europe and Readiness 2030, which will allow to mobilize up to 800 billion euros in additional defense investment and spending, both allowing more flexibility for EU member states to increase their defense spending and also coming with a new EU-level instrument, a safe instrument to finance joint military procurement of member states. So it's clear that we need to strengthen our own defense industry and defense capabilities. And a second important point in this regard is obviously continued strong support for Ukraine. So indeed, a couple of weeks ago, I was in Kyiv to discuss with the Ukrainian authorities state of play, also the questions regarding the financial support for Ukraine. And I would say on the financial support side, we are more or less on track. We have two major funding programs, EU's macro-financial assistance program, which is a part of the broader G7 loan initiative, which is financed by revenues from immobilized Russian assets. And we have our Ukraine facility till 2027. So where we would need to step up and step in is in terms of military support for Ukraine, because it's clear that Ukraine can expect less or even no further military assistance from the Trump administration. So that's where the EU needs to step in to fill the gaps as regards support for Ukraine, because it's clear that we need to support Ukraine in this critical stage for it to have also a stronger position to negotiate just and lasting peace, not just something which allows Russia to regroup, to restock, and continue its aggressive wars. So that's one point. So on another point, of course, for EU to be strong geopolitical player, we also need a strong and competitive economy. And that's where our initiatives on competitiveness compass comes in, which are building on the Draghi and Letta reports, which were published last year, outlining the main areas we need to focus on European competitiveness, and that's what we have rolled out with our competitiveness compass. So those are indeed the two overarching priorities for the Commission for this mandate. It's security and competitiveness.
Thank you so much for outlining that. I wanted to stay a little bit with the Rearm Europe and the initiatives that has been proposed by the Commission to strengthen defense spending in Europe. I mean, we are looking at pretty significant public investment floating into defense and security, and for good reason. Notably the European Commission's initiatives, but also the new investment funds announced by the German government and several of the governments. Should we be worried, or I guess the question is, how worried are you, that this could affect the fiscal stability and the debt sustainability, increasing public debt in states that are already at very high debt levels?
Well, indeed, this was part of our considerations when we were designing this additional flexibility for defense. So that's why we have clearly framed it, both in terms of time and in terms of volumes. So the flexibility will apply for 4 years, starting from this year, and it will go up to 1.5% of GDP per year to increase defense expenditure and investment, to compare with, we use as a reference year 2021, which was a year, last year before the war. So that contains a possible impact on debt to GDP ratio for member states. And also what we are making clear is that after those 4 years, so member states in a sense need to use those 4 years to transition towards structurally higher defense spending, because a part of this additional flexibility, we continue to monitor EU's fiscal rules as per our usual procedures. So it's a fiscal pass agreed with the member states plus those 1.5% for defense. But after 4 years, member states need to return to the fiscal pass, so they need to use this time basically for 2 things. One thing is restocking, which can be done during those years, because right now many military equipment, ammunition and so has been sent to Ukraine, so member states need to restock their own equipment and ammunition, so, and also to prepare for what is going to be a structurally higher defense expenditure also after those 4 years.
And I also wanted to broaden our conversation, not to focus on defense spending, which is of course sort of very topical today, but looking at the overall resilience of European economy. I mean, how worried should we be in light of this current geopolitical uncertainty? What are the main sort of economic risks facing the European economy today?
All in all, European economy is proving resilient in the face of consecutive economic shocks, starting with COVID-19 pandemic and its economic implications, Russia's war in Ukraine, economic disruptions has caused also energy price spike, which is caused, and we expect the EU economic growth to continue. So last year we had all in all 1% growth. This year we'll publish our new forecast in 16th of May, but all in all we expect somewhat faster growth this year. But in any case, we see that it's still quite low economic growth rates which we are facing, and there are obviously the shocks which we are dealing with, but there are also structural issues which we need to address in our economy. Relatively slow productivity growth, which we have already for decades, which is slower than other major economies like US and China. Relatively high energy prices, which we need to deal with, and we recently unveiled a plan actually for affordable energy, population aging, skills mismatches. So there are many also structural issues which we need to deal with, and which are part of our work as regards this competitiveness compass. So there are both short-term issues and disruptions which we need to address, but also structural challenges we need to deal with to strengthen the competitiveness. And obviously one point which I would also highlight is reduction of administrative burdens and cutting red tape, because it's also consistently one of the areas where businesses are outlining as the factor which is hampering their activity and their investment.
And we'll definitely get to the competitiveness compass and also simplification, but now you brought up the pandemic, and that made me want to just look a little bit back in time to the next generation EU, so the investment package that was designed to accelerate green and digital transition following the pandemic. Because we've already had this one package of fiscal stimulus, and now we're approximately 1.5 years out from the 2026 expenditure deadline on that package. And when I looked the last time, and that was 1st of January, a bit less than half of the money was paid out. So, and we can get into the question of disbursement and how we actually get to the money, but I wanted to start us off with sort of a broader question. So the next gen, in your eyes or in your mind, has that been a success? Had the impact on European economy that was foreseen? And what, if anything, should have been done differently?
Yes, indeed. So when we were dealing with COVID-19 pandemic and its economic implications, we were able to return to economic growth in the EU quite quickly, thanks to the large extent also to the coordinated responses European level. So we had a number of short-term funding programs like SURE program to sustain the level of employment, like Corona Response Investment Initiatives, so so-called CRI and CRI plus initiatives, REACT EU, readjusting some existing EU funding, including cohesion, helping member states to address immediate needs in a context of a pandemic. So, and we also developed this Next Generation EU program, where the bulk of it is recovery and resilience facility, which has more medium-term focus and focus on facilitating green and digital transitions, but also, since Russia's invasion in Ukraine, to address also the disruptions in energy supplies and reorient our energy supplies away from Russia. And all in all, we see that Recovery and Resilience Facility is proving successful in reaching those goals. So far we have disbursed around 306 billion euros from the Recovery and Resilience Facility. But indeed, there's 1.5 years left and still lots of work to do. But there's a pace in a sense of use of Recovery and Resilience Facility is determined by member states themselves, their implementation of reforms and investments which have been agreed in their national recovery and resilience plans. And from Commission side, we are obviously working with member states to facilitate this. And right now, we are also calling on member states to evaluate critically their recovery and resilience plans. And if there are certain investment projects which cannot be completed by the August 2026 deadline, also to adjust their plans, maybe remove those projects, put other projects which can be reliably completed by this deadline, or stage those projects so in a sense that they are implemented up to the certain stage under Recovery and Resilience Facility, and then use other EU funding instruments or national budget to complete them after that deadline. So there will be some work to be done to make sure that we really are able to use the full potential of Recovery and Resilience Facility in the time which is left. In terms of lessons learned, we find this approach combining reforms and investments actually useful, and are exploring this concept for the next multi-annual financial framework. What is obviously important is strong engagement also with regional and local authorities, where we could strengthen the focus. And already within the regulation as it is now, we have done some simplifications the way how Recovery and Resilience Facility is being applied. But looking forward, also for the next multi-annual financial framework, we also need to look how we simplify this EU funding structure in general.
Mm-hmm. And I guess both with defense, but also with the Next Generation EU and this broader industrial policy turn that we're seeing in Europe, I would guess that there's an increasing need for coordination to make sure that all these good efforts, both at the European level, but also at national level, that they sort of point in the same direction, and that they support the EU's competitiveness objectives. And you've been tasked with developing this competitiveness coordination tool to do just that. And I was wondering if you could give us a sneak peek into where you're on the developments on this, and what are sort of the guiding lines of thinking around this tool.
Well, yes, I already outlined the competitiveness compass and some of the work directions under the competitiveness compass, and obviously competitiveness coordination tool is linked with this, so it will have also certain industrial policy focus, aligning our industrial policies across the EU, so to say, to create unified approach in a context of global markets, but also look at the reforms and investments which are relevant for this in a context of each member state. So we'll be trying to align the competitiveness coordination tool to a large extent also with a European semester, which is already our main tool for fiscal and macroeconomic policy coordination, and where we also need to have this focus on competitiveness.
And just a follow-up question on that, because I would guess that if you need to align national industrial policies, they could go in separate directions. So you would need some kind of incentive to align those. Can that be done without linking it to sort of European level funding?
Well, indeed, and that's why we have also announced and are currently preparing in a context of next multi-annual financial framework, so post-2027, we have announced creation of a so-called competitiveness fund to also link it with availability of EU-level funding. So basically in terms of funding structure, we envisage for the next MFF the competitiveness fund as one arm, and fund or funds with national envelopes to follow up on cohesion goals and other aspects which are more member states linked. So certainly there is idea to link this competitiveness coordination tool and our whole competitiveness agenda also with our EU budget priorities.
I wanted, before we wrap up, to discuss this notion of simplification. You also brought it up several times, and indeed there is this strong focus in the Commission to reduce administrative burdens, and simplification is a cornerstone of your portfolio also. But I guess, frankly speaking, it's not the first time that the EU has attempted to simplify regulation. I could name just a few. We had the better regulation agenda, the refit agenda, the think small first principles, and yet we still hear that businesses continue to struggle with complex and overlapping requirements. And Mr. Dombrovskis, you're a physicist by training, so I wanted to kick off our conversation on simplification with a quote from a fellow physicist, namely Albert Einstein. And Einstein famously coined the definition of insanity. Insanity, he said, is to do the same thing over and over again, but expecting different results. And Mr. Dombrovskis, you or the Commission has promised an unprecedented simplification effort, but is it really clear-headed of us to be expecting different results when it comes to simplification this time around?
Okay, I'll use a less prominent quote. You know, the proof of the pudding is in eating. So I think that it will matter at the end of the day. But well, I can say that we're taking this simplification really seriously. We see it as a whole of college effort. So each member of the Commission is responsible for simplification in their respective areas, and I'm coordinating the overall work. We will sustain this work over the entire Commission's mandate, and it's another saying that only what gets measured gets done. So we also set clear quantitative targets for a reduction of administrative burden at 25% for all companies and at 35% for SMEs. So all in all, that would translate in reduction of recurring annual costs for businesses of 37.5 billion euros by the end of the mandate, and what would be for SMEs would come on top of this. And we already had put forward the first simplification proposals, the first two so-called omnibuses. One is on sustainability reporting, and another is on investment facilitation. Put together, those two packages would reduce the recurring annual cost for businesses, according to, I would say, very conservative estimates, by some 6.3 billion euros. Right now, these proposals are with co-legislators, and actually just yesterday the co-legislators, European Parliament voted on so-called stop the clock proposal, meaning delaying the application of new requirements in corporate sustainability reporting reporting directive, and also delaying transposition of application deadlines on corporate sustainability due diligence directive, so that those new requirements are not kicking in, while the legislative process to simplify those pieces of legislation and also some others like taxonomy, like CBAM, while this process is ongoing. And now it's in hands of co-legislators, whether the ambition of the simplification will be maintained. Because if you look at what we put on table, on CSRD, we are descoping around 80% of the companies and substantially reducing reporting requirements for others. Also announced the implication of European Sustainability Reporting Standards. On CSDDD, we are limiting kind of systemic due diligence requirements only to direct partners of companies, not entire value chain, while keeping obligation to act if there is plausible information on some wrongdoings also further down or up the value chain. Also removing this requirement of doing due diligence every year to every 5 years, so also very substantial simplification. On taxonomy, we are making for some 85% of the companies taxonomy voluntary, so only for very large companies it will remain compulsory. On CBAM, we are descoping around 90% of importers, while maintaining 99% of the emissions in the original scope. So those are very far-reaching simplification proposals, and we hope that also during the legislative process with member states, with European Parliament, this level of ambition will be maintained.
Mm-hmm. And you said that what gets measured gets done, and I think that's wise. I wanted to bring in just as a final question the Draghi report, because he also takes aim with the regulatory burdens and underscore the need to reduce administrative burden to boost European competitiveness. But he also notes in that report that we lack a measurement and that allows us to assess not only the regulatory burdens, but also the value that regulation brings when it comes to having investor foresight, knowing having clear rules, and knowing sort of the direction of travel when it comes to European regulation. How will you ensure that we assess both burdens and value of regulation when it comes to this simplification agenda?
As regards reduction of administrative burden, there we have quantified this. So there is an overall estimate by Eurostat putting the administrative burden at 150 billion euros in recurring annual costs for businesses. So that's where our targets are derived from. Of course, it's worth noting that administrative costs are not all the cost businesses face in case of regulations, because there are also certain adjustment costs which businesses need to do to invest actually to meet the new requirements. So we also are seeing to which extent we can support businesses to meet the overall adjustment costs. In terms of predictability, looking forward, one thing which we are very clear is that simplification is not deregulation. So we're not moving away from our European Green Deal targets or for our social or environmental standards. We are looking how to reach our goals in less costly and less burdensome way. So that's what we are trying to reach, and exactly, for example, to provide some short-term clarity to businesses. That's exactly why we had these kind of stop-the-clock proposals, so that we are not putting new requirements while legislators are working and seeing how what will come out of the legislative process for this simplification.
Thank you so much. So many balances to be struck, both on simplification, regulatory foresight, on state aid and the need for coordination, and on speed and the need for sound processes in disbursement. And all of this needs to be done in an extremely challenging international environment. That's a tall task indeed. So I wish you luck, and I hope that we get the chance to meet again and take stock of the many ongoing work streams next year. Thank you so much for a delightful and interesting talk. Let's give Mr. Dombrovskis a hand.
Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Stephen Blockmans. I'm an associate senior fellow at SEPS in Brussels and a senior fellow at ICDS in Tallinn. And it's my pleasure to moderate this first panel conversation on a new age for the future of Europe, which raises a couple of questions, obviously, as has already been alluded to in the opening remarks by Carlis and others, as to what is really new in meriting governance change in the European Union. As the outline in the booklet says, we are, of course, in a new institutional legislative cycle. There's a new influx of people, new blood, new ideas, new ambitions, of course, within the European Parliament, as well as in the European Commission, with a strategic agenda that is very ambitious and that will take on very momentous challenges for the European Union and fit the institutions, for purpose in the future. Still, we've had exercises in the past, and to pick up on Ditte's point, as to what is really new this time around, I think many people may remember the Conference on the Future of Europe and the report that it published in 2022. It's probably somewhere deep down in your drawers. What merits a new discussion on governance issues? And so, after introducing my panelists, I would like to ask them in the first round, very briefly, staccato style, what they think merits a new look at the institutional structure of the European Union. I mean, to quote the famous fable of the three little pigs and the big bad wolf living, upgrading their house from a wooden structure to eventually a stone structure to withstand the forces that are exerted upon it from the outside. What is really pushing the edifice of the European Union, cracking it in certain places and requiring reform? That is what I would like to pick up on the first round. And with us we have Dr. Eiropas Savienības, I hope I pronounced that correctly, who's a Latvian member of the European Parliament for the Renew Europe group, and you're a member of the ITRE committee, so dealing with industrial, energy, research issues primarily. We have Professor Sophie van Honacker, professor at Maastricht University, chair holder on administrative governance, and of course with a deep expertise on EU governance issues. And we have Dr. Mihai Sebe, who is the head of the Europe Affairs Department at the European Institute of Romania, and also now professor at the University of Bucharest, having spent plenty of time thinking and writing about EU governance issues as well. Sophie, can I start with you, perhaps, to just give us a sense as, what is really pushing the envelope now in terms of internal and external pressures on the EU's structure?
Okay.
Well, many thanks for the invitation and congratulations with the 10th anniversary. I think there is a lot to converse about. Steven, you asked me 3 to 4 challenges, staccato. So, well, the first one I would say is the disintegration of the international economic system as well. And we have seen some examples of this 2 days ago and yesterday, as well as, of course, the end of the Pax Americana, which, of course, is a big challenge for us, but also brings new opportunities, I would say. Secondly, I think we see that there is a rise of political populism, whereby more and more nationalistic answers are being formulated to political, economic, and social issues. And, of course, the election of Trump is very bad news with regard to this. Thirdly, I would say we see unprecedented technological changes and innovations, which can be very positive, lead to more effectiveness in our policies, but at the same time, of course, and this has already been mentioned before, raises issues about cybersecurity, disinformation, and so on. And then finally, I think it's also important to mention here climate change, which continues to be on the agenda and perhaps risk to be pushed a bit away by all the many other challenges we are facing. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Sophie. Ivars, for you.
Labrīt. Prieks būt kopā ar jums. As for the challenges, I think that the good thing right now is that we are experiencing actually an upsurge of Euro-optimism, if you want. People need more Europe, and this time in most European countries there is a surge in demand for more Europe in defense, first of all, but also in economic competitiveness and so on and so forth. And the question is whether the current institutions are able to cope with this growing demand and not leading to a disappointment afterwards. I think that there are issues that should be mentioned in terms of the fitness of the current institutions to deal with those challenges. Issues like, for example, in the Council, the decisions on sanctions are being blocked by just one country, Hungary. The decisions on Ukrainian membership in the EU are also blocked. The question is whether we can survive with a decision-making procedure like that. The Parliament has very little say on the European budget, meaning that we can, of course, defend more money to be spent on defense, security, and so on and so forth, but this money is not available, and this is, I think, going to be a big fight in the nearest months, when if we are really thinking about a real European defense union or a European arm of NATO or something like that. But nevertheless, I think that the European institutions as they are quite flexible and they are capable of being creative in many ways. Many instruments that have been mentioned by esteemed Commissioner Dombrovskis actually are outside of the existing framework of the treaties. And I think we should continue that way, contribute to those expectations what we have in our citizens. And of course, looking forward to a possible treaty change. But the treaty change, as you might imagine, is a, rather lengthy and a complicated procedure. But nevertheless, right now we have to be flexible and creative and have distinct leadership. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mihai, from where you sit in Romania, you're closer to the enlargement issue, no doubt.
Yes, so in the spirit of this conference, I'm going to start with a quote from boxing. The idea is that, in my opinion, the EU should resist in the ring 5 minutes more than its opponent and critics at the end of the day. So the key words should be resilience. And why I mean that is because we are already having a favorable ground. We have Euro-optimism more or less in our member states. For instance, in Romania, people still believe more in the EU than some national politicians or policies. So we can build up on this, and we should provide other concrete and pragmatic responses. I mention often the question of treaty reform, but at this moment, in my opinion, it should be a mismanagement of the political will and energy. And the EU should show at the end of the day the fact that being a member of the EU, it's about having benefits for all. And if we have this very pragmatic, down-to-earth approach with focus on social protection, welfare, and why it is better to stick together in complicated times than try to find individual solution, this might just do the trick in this moment. Because at the end of the day, EU was a project born of crisis. Just remember the fact that the European construction started after the end of the Second World War. And this ideal of peace, of solidarity, should once more come up from the institution. So basically, it's about resilience, social protection, welfare, and coming back to the citizens and responding to the very practical needs and problems at the end of the day. And if we have securing this basis, then we can go on further with enhancing the European project and deepening. Thank you.
Okay. Well, that's quite a landscape, of course, of opportunities, but especially threats for which the European Union needs to prepare. Treaty reform might be out in the short run. Flexible type of arrangements outside of the institutional confines are already being explored, which risks maybe diluting, the system as we have. There's a famous home renovation joke where the contractor says to the couple of an expanding family, saying it'll be messy, it'll come in so far over your budget that your heads will explode, and nothing will look like what you've imagined. Are you ready, or do you have any preferred divorce lawyer? And this might actually, cynically, be quite applicable to the European Union. I mean, maybe to ask you off the cuff a kind of existential question. Are we, yet again, facing a sort of situation whereby we might have to reconstitute the entire building? Some people have suggested that, to get around the Hungary blocking issue in the Council, we might just, exit from the European Union altogether, all 26, and recreate the European Union on the same basis without the blocking state. Do you think that is a viable solution? Is it a desirable solution, Ivars?
Well, there is already a format in Europe which is called European Political Community, which was started last year, I think. And in that context, of course, well, taking into account all the security situation in our region, again, we have to be flexible, also keeping on board our partners like the UK, first of all, but also Israel, also countries like Iceland, Norway, to keep them in. And in that sense, I think that, well, we might be facing a situation when the current institutional framework is just not capable of, well, solving all the problems we have. But nevertheless, I think that there is more what keeps us together than just that framework of institutions. This is common values, and this is also common threats. And that's why I think that, unfortunately, we might face also an institutional problem when, for example, we talk about enlargement right now, because to my mind, I think during this mandate, during those 5 years, the Commission, the Parliament, and the Council should be able to reach at least one decision on an enlargement. The full enlargement. We are, of course, talking about Ukraine, first of all, but also talking about all the other countries. Whether this is going to be a big bang or whether it's going to be a piecemeal enlargement, this is a different question. But if we are not capable of reaching that decision, this means that basically EU is dysfunctional, because this has always been an important instrument for the EU foreign and security policy. I mean, enlargement. Thank you.
Sophie, do we have to deconstruct what we have and build something up afresh?
Yeah. Well, I must say that is quite a radical approach you're suggesting here, but I would not go along with that, actually, because indeed you're fully right, and we are facing crises, and so we have to address them, and there, of course, the governance issue comes in. Do our institutions, the rules we have, are they fit for purpose? And I would say, yes, they are, at least to some extent, but we will, of course, as you were already referring to resilience, we may have to adjust them. But I think we have a European Parliament, a Council, European Commission that are there, and we have a well-established system of checks and balances. So I would say we stick to this, but we have to critically look at the governance systems we have. And there I would say we have to make a distinction between, on the one hand, the macro and the more meso level. I think at the macro level, I think we see indeed some challenges, and you were referring to Orban. Indeed, the current system is being challenged from within by some players, and Orban luckily comes from a small member state, but can you imagine that you have such a player from a country like France of Germany? That would be really problematic. So there I think we really have to think, well, how do we better use also the systems or the rules within the treaty that can address this type of internal saboteurs, I would say, and also, I think, play with the financial means we have to put some pressure on these countries, which unfortunately perhaps in the future may be more member states. And then I think we also have a challenge when it comes, for example, to the role of the increasing role of the European Council. I think we have seen a lot of crises, and that, of course, a crisis is mainly Chefsache, as we call it in Brussels. So the heads of state and government have been playing a very important role, have been doing very well, I must say, in addressing the COVID crisis, in addressing the war in Ukraine. But of course, this comes as a price, and my neighbor will probably also agree with this. Of course, we have seen in COVID that the European Parliament was quite marginalized, and I think that is an issue. There was also an issue of transparency. On the one hand, we got all the vaccines, which was very good, and there was a need for speed in the COVID crisis, but at the same time, I think we have to be conscious about, well, what does this continuous crisis mode mean also for our the legitimacy of the European Union. So that, I would say, is a challenge, and that may be a point of attention. And I think also, well, we have the macro level, but also at meso level, we have to critically look at the governance mechanisms we have. And I'll just limit myself to one example, because I have been doing some work on this. And we see that trade is being securitized, and so we are developing new trade security instruments like anti-coercion instrument, because other countries are coercing us in the economic area. And that requires a different way of thinking. But we have seen that the EU is capable of changing their thinking. And so we have seen, for example, that in the European Commission, well, there has been much more steering of the geostrategic agenda. And we have seen that DG Trade has been adjusting to this, and by, for example, creating a new geopolitical unit within the Directorate General. And we have also seen coordinations at the level of the cabinets in the European Commission. So the European Union, I would say, has been rather agile and rather good at reacting at some of the crises we have. And they have been doing that within the system. Will that be enough? Well, perhaps we will need also more flexibility if necessary. But my preference would be try to deal with it within the system. But if not possible, then we will have to be creative. And we have seen already with the communiqué, with regard to Ukraine, where Orban was not part of it. Well, that are, of course, then solutions we can think of.
Thanks very much. Mihai, how to deal with these iconoclasts, the populists that try to wreck the system from within. In Romania, you have had a couple of mediaized examples of that, which were curbed. Should that be done, that solution that has been applied in Romania, perhaps be applied in other member states or at EU level? I'm talking, of course, the exclusion of a presidential candidate.
Well, now talking just as a political scientist, what can I say is the question of this militant democracy approach has also been at home controversial from the point of view of legal and political scientists. Basically, at the end of the day, it's about creativity in face of complication, and it's also about the idea of not reaching in these ultimate tension points. That brings me to the fact that we need to, and we can progress the European project within the current treaties, and we can deal the current threats to democracy within the existing legal system. And for that, one key word that, in my opinion, both at national and European level should be the idea of prevention, of enforcing existing legislation in place on that topic of disinformation and so on. So we are not being forced to resort to what some local experts call the nuclear solution of the Constitutional Court. So from that perspective, one key element is the idea of communication and transparency, because in fact, we are dealing with a lot of local, national problems that also have regional implication, and we need to address them. And that's why I mentioned at the beginning the question of coming back to the basic of the European project, about the need to focus more on transparency and responsibility, and also on communicating the benefits of the EU. Because in Romania, all the opinions polls show that the Romanian citizens are in favor of the European project. We don't want to leave it, but just, and the voting question in the last month was focusing more on internal problems. So having a solid democratic system back home and in every EU member state is a solution to avoid this sort of populist offshot. On the other hand, it is also important to realize the fact that we cannot ignore the problems that are put forward by the citizens, even though at an academic level say this is less important than the other. Meaning, for instance, the question of Green Deal, for instance. In the event that we have done during the conference on the future of Europe, Green Deal was strong on the agenda. But people associated always Green Deal with the question of social cost of the Green Deal. And many of the citizens in their questionnaire interview said, okay, we do not deny climate change, we see the impact on agriculture and so on, but we also want to talk about the social impact of the energy liberalization market, or the impact it has on traditional industries that use coal, for instance. And addressing these together in a way that reflects the idea that no one is left behind is the best solution, in my opinion, to avoid any sort of political complication at the end of the day. And also I believe in a system that is able to absorb the shock of populist rhetorics, because populism in politics is not something new, it's not happening just in Romania, but it's something that is almost as old as politics itself. So if you don't have a system that is able to deflect and tackle also the topics of populist rhetorics, then this system needs to be reformed in one way or another in order to become it better. Because dialogue matters also because we cannot shy away from the other people, topics and concerns, because if we don't speak about them, there will be definitely other actors that are going to approach them, and the silence is not necessarily a best solution to tackle with important issues, but rather to address them directly and say, we hear you, we understand this is the problem, this is what's happening now. Or for instance, one case that I've noticed back home is the fact that many people tend to give the EU more power than it has. So you need to clarify what the EU can do, what the EU cannot do, and also what is in our national grasp opportunities to do, saying this is a topic that we can solve it nationally and not blame the EU for this and that. Thank you.
That's a sophisticated menu, which is difficult to implement, of course, convincingly. But Ivars, you said in the European Parliament, Mihai is talking about disruptors from within, maybe getting a lending hand from outside as well. How can we, shield our democracy, as been mentioned in the opening remarks, properly, just to keep, the value base that has tied us together intact?
Well, I have to say from my own experience that in terms of right-wing Eurosceptic populism being represented in the European Parliament, this Parliament is of course much worse than the previous one. Which means that, these are people from many countries who have been elected to the European Parliament with a clearly destructive agenda. They are there just to destroy the whole thing. And they are getting increasingly noisy, and they are getting increasingly influential, I have to say. But in terms of, the EU serving as a kind of a militant democracy, which helps to, keep our countries democratic, rule of law based, and so on and so forth, there has been some movement during the last years, and here I am talking about the so-called EU rule of law mechanism, which is not just about, pointing fingers or naming names, but this is about money. Countries who are not, observing certain basic rule of law and division of powers principles, they are just deprived of their funds, which is, a very limited instrument, because there are also populist tendencies in those countries that are not just receivers, but also donors to the European budget, where this instrument might not work. But nevertheless, there is a slow movement to that. And of course, the big issue everywhere is Article 7, whether we could apply it to countries who are really kind of, diverting from the basic principles. Thank you.
Article 7, robbing one member state of its voting rights in the Council, which of course requires unanimity among the 26 other ones, which has not been found so far, or at least the courage has not been found also among member states to put pressure on Slovakia in this case to stand with the 26. But you see in other domains that Slovakia can be bought off to join the 26, isolating therefore Hungary. At this point, I would like to invite the audience, both online as well as here in the room, to start thinking about your own questions for our panelists. You are welcome to submit those questions via the Slido app. Not sure if this is being screened here. The code for that is hashtag TEUC 2025. And I will get the questions then forwarded to me, but I would also like to receive, just oral interventions from your side, where I would invite you to keep it short, address your question to one of the speakers, and of course introduce yourself. Issues that we haven't touched upon much, but I would like to still see covered somehow in our debate relate to EU enlargement. I mean, it's one thing incorporating Montenegro, 600,000 people, adapting some of the institutional arrangements. It's quite a different thing to integrate a big populated state with major security concerns, undefined territorial coverage, into the European Union. So that's an issue. And of course, the cost. Think about our contractor. What is all of this going to cost, and where are we going to get the money from? And then perhaps also still a little exploration on the flexibility, accelerated integration mechanics. So that's what I would like to see covered still, but what about you? Anyone in the audience, the floor is open if you want to raise a question or make an observation. I'll collect a few in Mr. President.
Former President of Latvia, Zatlers. I have one question. I would like to hear your comments about the balance between the Green Deal and the increasing the military capacities of Europe. These two policies are going opposite directions. Where do you see the balance? Because, every military wheel is driven by fossil fuel.
Thank you very much. Yes, a question that I know some of the speakers want to address, and that will also come back in some of the future panels still. I have a gentleman there in the back. I'm also looking for ladies. Yes. Ladies. Yes.
Gavin Wild from the Carnegie Endowment. I'm curious about the future of export controls as Europe looks to enhance its economy and its military-industrial sector. As we've seen since 2022, trade with neighboring countries like Kyrgyzstan have skyrocketed among member states in the EU, probably not organically. How can the EU wrap itself around this problem of imposing major sanctions against Russia while lacking a real mechanism with teeth to enforce those sanctions. Thank you.
Thanks very much. Your question might be better suited for a panel on defense later, but we'll nevertheless put it to our colleagues. Louise.
Yes, thank you. Stephen, you mentioned in brief, well, treaty change may not be on the cards, and we hear that a lot from EU experts. But I wonder if the mood shouldn't be shifting. I mean, we still have fundamental challenges in the EU treaties, like the intergovernmental nature of the CFSP, but also, for instance, the competence issue on energy, where the energy mix is still a national competence. So I wonder, shouldn't we, in light of the geopolitical shocks, waves that we encounter, reconsider this and be perhaps a bit more bold? Thank you.
Thanks very much. I don't know where the running commentary in the background comes from. Sir, there in the middle. Yes, I'll come back to you.
Thank you very much for your insightful presentation. Given the tremendous change that's taking place around the world from different areas, and the agitation that is causing around, do you think that the old form of liberal democracy is the right way to meet all these challenges, given all the issues that you mentioned, including having a single person as a single country being able to sabotage all the issues that are confronting us, or do we need a more autocratic democracy? Thank you.
Ooh, yes, okay. Thanks very much for bringing illiberal democracy back to the fore. Gentlemen at the end. I hope someone can switch this off, actually. It's getting a bit annoying.
Arthur Slange, former Member of Parliament. And my question is, we're leaving out Germany. Germany has overcome its past. It's found money to rearm, and we know that Germany is the biggest state in the European Union. And Germany is ready to deploy soldiers out of Germany, which has been a taboo. In Lithuania, for example, they will have a brigade. So shouldn't we talk about also the effect of a new old Germany, well, let's say new Germany, on European institutions and foreign policy and security policy?
A lot of hope is being vested in the incoming government in Berlin. Can I bring it back to the panel first? Perhaps, Sophie, you want to take on Louise's question or any of the other issues that you see fit?
Yes, indeed. I think it's a very good question, Louise, about the treaty change. And so, Stephen, you said, well, we start, well, probably it's quite unlikely. I must say, personally, I also think, I also wonder whether treaty change is a good idea, because we are in a period where we have to decide and act quickly. And so in that sense, we will still remember the Lisbon negotiations. We had this referendum in different countries after a first rejection, amongst others in the Netherlands. So I don't think treaty change is realistic and desirable, because it would bring us off track. We have other more important issues, and I think within the treaty we have quite some possibilities to address some of the challenges, like there is a possibility to move towards unanimity in CFSP, but of course we need to all agree, so that is a challenge. But still, I think we should be, just try within the existing mechanisms to find solutions, and if we don't, we may also have to go around, although this is not necessarily desirable, but also we still have this flexible cooperation. I think that is probably one of the most realistic ways if really things are problematic, because the treaty also says that enhanced cooperation is an issue of last resort, and you can still then use also the EU institutions. So if you go for flexible cooperation, or enhanced cooperation, then you can still use the existing institutions, and the others can even participate, but they cannot vote. So for me, that would then be the way to go. It could be an alternative possible, because we may also remember the Nice Treaty. And the Nice Treaty was a very limited treaty reform, where you had just a focus on institutional reform. And then that was a treaty negotiations of, 1 year, and so that was quite challenging, because there was a lot of disagreement, but in the end, we managed to do this rather quickly. So that could still be another alternative.
Thanks very much. I mean, the German Franco expert group, of course, came up most recently, I think, with proposals for institutional reform, reform of the decision-making procedures, etc. Didn't manage to get enough traction in the General Affairs Council to push this through either. And there has been a German-Slovenian proposal in that respect as well on decision-making, also foundered. So attempts have been made over the last couple of months and years, but it seems that enhanced cooperation within or beyond the institutional confines of the European Union is the safety valve, which is now being explored. In defense, for example, we see a coalition of the willing, maturing for Ukraine, backed up with institutional defense, industrial, and financing of channel through the community method. And perhaps that's an institutional arrangement, that works for a short while to address priority issues. But to my mind, a demarcation line would have to be drawn so as to ensure that the obligations that rest on EU member states in those external, extracurricular type of formats are being kept. And I wonder if you have any ideas on that, Ivars, but also, of course, the questions on defense, with Green Deal, export controls.
Well, thank you. First of all, addressing the question just asked very appropriately by President Zatlers regarding Green Deal and military capacities. Of course, there is a broad understanding that there is not such a huge dichotomy or divergence from these both principles, because, of course, security is a priority right now, at least to my mind, because no reasonable climate policy could be introduced if you have war in your continent or next to your borders. On the other hand, I think this leads us to another question, which is very much about the budget. We have been discussing institutions right now, but institutions, this is just the part of the game. Another part, which is probably sometimes even more important, or at least of the same importance, is how do we spend that money, which is rather limited, as you might imagine right now, and how do we project also the next MFF starting from 2028 regarding, well, what priorities are there? Is it the Green Deal? Or is it defense? I mean, this is going to be a huge discussion, and to my mind, of course, security is a priority. Regarding export controls, sanctions busting through Kyrgyzstan and other countries, yes, I mean, again, this is a conflict of competencies. Von der Leyen can go to Kyrgyzstan. Shevchovich can go to Kyrgyzstan and talk to the Kyrgyz government and so on and so forth. And there is some leverage the EU can exercise in preventing that sanctions busting. But these are the member states who are doing that very much because, well, there is no central agency in the EU which could be responsible for export controls. We have been working during the previous mandate on investment screening. And this is also a very similar issue where, of course, we can have something on the EU level, but it is still the national competence. As for the treaty change, I would say that, yes, I mean, all those moments that have been mentioned by the Conference of Future of Europe, for example, have more capacity of the EU in health, in security, in energy, in CFSP. This is really important, but, well, the question is, again, well, this is going to take time. Right now we have to act swiftly because the geopolitical environment is changing. And as for the German, yeah, I mean, we are looking at Germany very much as a new, well, leadership emerging right now in the EU, and we really need strong Germany. This is for good of all of us. Of course, we might question how does Friedrich Merz see the future relations in the global relations, because one of his first announcements was against, well, the incoming US administration back then, which basically the CDU, CSU has usually been regarded as the most transatlantic of all German parties. But when the newly elected chancellor came out, he was very distinctly anti-Trump, which makes us sometimes a little bit cautious about what kind of directions that German leadership might take. But of course, yeah, Germany is a motor of all European integration, and we really need strong Germany. Thank you.
Thanks very much. I would like to invite the audience to think about, their next questions. But first, Mihai.
Concerning the question of treaty change, we have had back home a series of discussion about it, both in 2022 and 2023, and Romania was a part of various informal groups reflection on that, such as the use of qualified majority voting in foreign policy. Yet the conclusion, the majority and the public statement was that treaty change is not a priority for the moment due to the fact that it will deflect a lot of the political energy and will that we need now to focus on really strategic matters such as the security issues. From that point of view, the idea is to have a gradual progress, and the official position is that we believe that we can have this progress within the current treaty framework. We still have a lot of unused opportunities in the treaties and that need to be explored before discussing about treaty change. This is not excluded, but for the time being, I think it's a no-go in back home from that perspective. As a question of Green Deal and security, I believe that they are not contradictory by itself. For instance, we are more than happy that nuclear energy has become once more on the European agenda, as it may provide the solution for liberating other resources for that. And we should not think them as mutually exclusive, but we can find a way to put them together at work. And the question of democracy, I still believe in the virtues of democracy. I believe we have all the necessary mechanism to enforce democratic values and principles. It's just a matter of political will to use them, and it's also a matter of the need of the citizens to get more involved into politics. At the end of the day, citizens are those who have the power in their voting as voters, and if they put enough pressure to ensure that the existing legal mechanism work, the question of transparency, building trust in the institution, I think that liberal democracy has the resources to reshape itself and to continue moving forward. I don't believe that the question of liberal democracy should be necessarily in the agenda, but it would be better on how to bring back the civic virtues that are already enshrined in the treaties and the legislation. Having this put on the forefront, having a better education on democracy among the young generation, and trying to teach them the fact that democracy is not something that we can have for granted. Democracy is a process at the end of the day, and if each and every one of us is doing their part in this democratic process, then democracy will survive. But if we have a rather apathic corpus of citizens, then the discussion about democracy may come up on the agenda. Problem is, it's very nice, as Alice in Wonderland, I have a quote that I use with my students. We are going, if we don't decide where we are going, however, are going to reach somewhere, and we may not like the place where we reach. So if we define it consciously the way we want to choose, the fact that democracy is a solution, then we might reach in that intended spot and not a lot other chaotic forces to bring us into other directions and places that we don't want to go. So it's about preparedness, about will, and not necessarily leaving our fate in the hands of fortune, of luck. Thank you.
We are in a new age. And I wonder whether the strategic clarity that is needed to go forward to defend ourselves and to promote, the agendas which we stand for, requires a more ambitious or courageous choice in distinguishing between our friends and foes within and outside of the European Union. And I'll come back, stay with me on this. The white paper on European defense readiness by 2030 was quite telling, to my mind, as to what the European Commission and the High Representative see as that distinction between geopolitical aligned friends and adversaries. It's very clear that, in polite terms, they describe, the US taking a pivot away from Europe. They're very clear on Russia. They're very clear on China. Autocratic, mentioned, a systemic and systematic challenge. On some of the neighboring countries, candidate countries, it is also quite striking that in the enumeration of them, a couple of non-aligned, that is in strategic terms, common foreign and security policy, some of the countries are noticeable by their absence. Serbia is not mentioned, Bosnia-Herzegovina is not mentioned, Kosovo is not mentioned, Georgia is not mentioned, whereas the others are as, well, aligned states with which a more common defense can be built up. Now, to bring this into the institutional frame, you see, of course, and we've discussed a bit, the avant-garde type of enhanced cooperation formats within the European Union, and we have a couple already. We have Schengen, we have Eurozone, we have the European Public Prosecutor's Office, and we can think of more in the future. But prior to membership, you also have several layers of candidates and neighboring countries. So in fact, with pathways into the internal market now being constructed for gradual integration of Ukraine in the defense sector, of Montenegro and Albania in the single euro payments area, and other priority areas have been identified by the European Commission in terms of digital services, transport, energy, etc. And so what you get is kind of multi-layered forms of membership, a European onion, if you want, multi-layered, not one that makes you cry too much, I hope. But the question to you, Sophie, is what keeps this together ultimately from an institution? What is ultimately the glue here in an institutional sense? Which institutions are there to keep it all together? Are they in shape to do so? Do they need new powers? Do we need to think about different forms of membership? In a way, associated membership has been suggested. Where do you see, this reality which is now taking shape? Where do you see this going to the future?
Well, I think this is a very interesting question, which is, I think, because we are really facing a situation where, on the one hand, we don't have time, and so we need to find rather quick solutions and quick fixes, because we cannot just say we wait for the whole enlargement process and approve all these chapters, and then perhaps the world may be overtaking us. So I think in that sense, I think this flexibility, this creative way of doing business probably is helpful, because it will allow us to move forward. But of course, I can also see the whole the challenges, and especially in terms of complexity. And you were also referring to the fact that we need to explain things to our citizens and get the population along. Of course, if you have to explain how this all functions, then it almost becomes impossible. At the same time, of course, we have some experiences with countries like the EEA, with countries like Norway, where we always also have seen these different forms of integration, and I think in general it has worked rather well. And it also has worked well because also a country like Norway, well, they don't want to join. And so in that sense, they accept that there are certain disadvantages and advantages. And so in that sense, I think we should, I think it's good to further explore this way of flexible integration, but at the same time, of course, also be conscious of what it means, again, in terms of transparency, legitimacy. But you didn't mention the UK, for example, but there I think that will be typically also a partner. I think we cannot afford not to have good relations with the United Kingdom in the current times. And they are not even member of a customs union, can you imagine? But I would see also in the future that we have to work with them, and membership is probably not an option in the short term, but still to have closer relationships, both economically, but also especially in the field of security and defense. And in that sense, I think, yeah, we have no choice, I would say.
Yeah, the mood might be shifting in Norway if we believe the press, Iceland as well, Canada. You know, anyway. What strikes me, though, is that in this new age of international relations that we're living in, with the emphasis on security, as been mentioned many times already this morning, there is a dilution of the insistence on the rules that bind us. Rule of law is not an issue to, you know, to get Turkey closer into the coalition of the willing for Ukraine, even if we've seen on the domestic front, you know, an autocratic trend persisting in that direction. So strategic alignment seems to be the most important thing. But is that ultimately in our interest, you know, of membership? And should we not insist that there is a combination of these demands?
Yes. Just from the most recent experience, I'm currently working on the defense industrial program in the European Parliament, and what we have done, I'm not sure whether it's going to be in the final text, but we have introduced a new category which is called former members of the European Union, which basically means just to keep the UK on board. So to introduce a category, because you are absolutely right that we have, and we will need those strategic alliances. But nevertheless, taking into account the Latvian experience of the early 21st century, I think that the EU membership as a goal, a full membership of the European Union, should remain intact. It shouldn't be diluted by different kinds of alternatives. Otherwise, what we would achieve is something like Partnership for Peace, some of you might remember, which was kind of a category invented for those countries that are not going to be in NATO. And we should avoid inventing different kinds of alternatives to full membership, because if you look at Ukraine, for example, what motivates them very often is a perspective of full membership, being on equal terms with Poland, Germany, France, Latvia, and so on and so on. So forth. If we just try to dilute the whole thing, I don't think that this would be beneficial for Europe. Thank you.
Isn't this exactly what is happening in reality? You have a formal accession process with the opening of chapters and clusters and the negotiations, you know, that would ultimately lead to full membership. But you have a second track of accelerated integration along these previously identified pathways into the single market, which might lead, you know, certain candidate countries to just have that. And be happy with that. In fact, you know, certain candidate countries might be willing to accept that type of deal and stay out of the European Union, a bit like Norway, whereas others might feel trapped because individual member states who are wary of future enlargement would like to keep those. And this is a risk that could befall Ukraine in a way, if unanimity requirements, you know, for future membership remain as what they are. Any reactions? I mean, it might just be a comment.
Okay. As a quick reaction, I also believe that the enlargement and the final granting of the EU member status should be the final goal. as coming from a country that has more or less been skeptical about this formula of differentiated integration, I believe that enlargement should continue merit-based, and if a country is willing and able to be a part of the EU, should become a part of the EU. On the other hand, in the same quote, you need two for tango. So if a candidate country decides that sometimes at a certain moment it wants to slow down the process and only use this type of arrangement, then for the moment should be fine, but this should not limit its capacity to become a member state as once it fulfills all the necessary criteria. And having a country fulfilling this criteria is also, in a way, a reply to this debate between widening and deepening, because they are not mutually exclusive, nor the tension between them should imperil the process of enlargement. Because if a country finally finishes the negotiation chapters, fulfills with the Copenhagen criteria, it's a country that can be involved in the EU internal decision-making process without necessarily blocking it at the end of the day. So we just need to be optimistic and keep the door open, but also allow them to have their own step depending on internal issues and willing to advance further on that.
Yes, that sounds great, but to play the devil's advocate, the European Commission's own progress reports, which are published on an annual basis and assess basically the reforms and level of alignment of candidate countries with the acquis, suggest that, in fact, the reforms in even Montenegro, which is supposed to be the frontrunner in this process, have more or less stagnated, whereas you see a political momentum towards membership. We have a gentleman in the back who would like to come in. This is your last chance to ask questions or make an observation in this panel, please.
Yes, thank you. Gat Seglits, I'm ex-member of parliament, ex-minister. I think there's one also big challenge, and I would welcome a brief comment maybe about the big challenge of deindustrialization of Europe. And also Valdis Dombrovskis mentioned this in his intervention, that energy prices, electricity, gas are significantly higher in Europe versus USA. Also some Asian markets, and also now these recent Trump tariffs. I mean, those are also basically they could be interesting to many big conglomerates in Europe, maybe to move some of their assets production from Germany, from Flanders to US, like petrochemicals, for instance. You know, which are very, very energy intensive, or at least as a minimum cut down on any new investment in those, like Port of Antwerp, for instance, you know, these petrochemical companies. And also what we saw now recently with Northvolt in Sweden, I mean, showing that Chinese basically dominate our electrical vehicles market. So maybe are there any quick fixes? Are you optimistic at all that Europe can get itself together and somehow stand up to this challenge? Thank you.
Thanks very much. I suppose that's primarily a question for the member of the ITRE committee.
Well, yes, thank you very much for that question. And yes, what are the main obstacles to the reindustrialization of Europe? Yes, well, this is high energy prices. This is also let's say the labor legislation, which tends to be rather rigid in many European countries, but also the single market. I mean, in a sense that we still like talking about EU being a big consumer with 450 million people, but nevertheless, this market doesn't function as a single economic space. We all know the regulations differing among the countries, and which prevents actually us from having a single market, including in energy. But as for the energy, it's going to be a big fight, of course, because right now, of course, the official position of the European Commission is that we should go to the renewables, to boost renewables, and this is how we would get cheaper energy. But I think that taking into account the current developments, I think that there will be a huge pressure to get back to fossils. And just because of what you said, Europe is losing in this industrial competition because the US is going to function as a big black hole for investment because of those tariffs introduced the day before yesterday. Well, the question is whether the EU is capable of doing anything like that. And otherwise, what happened, what Gatis just said. Thank you.
Okay, in wrapping up, I would like to ask a question which comes through the Slido, and which brings us back to the edifice that we've discussed, the governance issues, the architectural design of the European Union. And the question is well, in an ideal world, but also realistically, I think those two elements, what do you think can be and should be reformed in terms of EU decision-making to make the Union more efficient, more capable of real leadership in this global chaos? So what is your wish list, and what do you think is most realistic? Mihai, do you want to start?
I think that the use of qualified majority voting is the most achievable objective at the time. Having this, if we can achieve this in other policy area, and also you can have this transition from special to ordinary legislative procedure, this will be a huge step forward. This is something that is within our grasp, that can be done, but we should focus more on that. These are, let's say, the wish dream on the wish list now.
Yes, although perhaps not in the areas which are closest to the sovereign hearts of small member states in particular, but a differentiated form perhaps. Sophie?
Yeah, no, I would fully agree with that actually. If there is one thing I would like to change with the magic stick, it would be QMV in CFSP. And of course, this has been on the agenda for a long time, but I think it gives at least a little bit hope, like countries like France, Germany, also some of the big member states are now in favor of this. So perhaps, well, and we don't need a treaty change for this. Of course, we need a unanimity to change that. But that, I would say, this is really something that needs to happen, and I think would also give more confidence by the citizens in the EU.
Ivar is also on the point of leadership, perhaps.
Yes, I think that, first of all, QMV in foreign and security policy is really an obstacle, but nevertheless, we should be careful with that. There might be some issues like sanctions, for example, where we could go to QM without any problems. Bigger questions sometimes are really, just as you said, are very dear to the heart of smaller nations, and justifiably so. As for other issues, I think that the role of European Parliament, for example, when we are talking about the next MFF and the next budget, should be increased, also about talking about the new own resources. So how do we finance the whole thing? Because right now, this is basically decided behind closed doors by heads of state and government, and that's it, basically. We have to just accept that. But nevertheless, the Parliament, in a classical sense, should have at least some power in raising resources for common actions, because these resources are very scarce, actually. This is just 1.1% of the European GDP, which is divided through the European budget, but we need defense. We need, of course, also cohesion, all those funds. We need to enlarge ourselves with Ukraine and Moldova and other countries. How do we finance that? And this is where European Parliament, to my mind, could play a very constructive role. Thank you.
And we've seen the opening shots already with the Netherlands as a frugal country saying 1%, no more, and Spain, on the other hand, 2%, please. That will be a tough debate. Okay, well, thank you very much to our panelists. I would like to mention that the coffee break, since we're a bit behind schedule, will be limited to 20 minutes. But before we go, I would like you to invite you to join me in warmly thanking our dear panelists for their intervention.
Okay, I see Carlos nodding that we can start. Excellencies, Mr. President, ladies and gentlemen, my name is Ramūnas Vilpišauskas. I'm from the Institute of International Relations and Political Science of Vilnius University. I'm grateful to Carlos and his team for the opportunity to be back to EU conversations again. I remember the time when it was just Baltic EU conversations, and we were three institutes, think tanks from Latvia, Estonia, and Lithuania, debating EU issues 10 or a bit less years ago. So I'm glad that we now have colleagues from the Nordics, that we have colleagues from Germany. I see Funda on the screen, hello, as well. So I think it's really important that the circle is bigger, because clearly the issues are cross-border issues, as we already heard in the previous two sessions, and we do have to understand each other within the region, and of course to know the positions on the EU and wider issues more generally. So, welcome to the session on EU's foreign policy. And let me now introduce the participants of this panel. In the order of the program, we have Dr. Zanda Kalnina-Lukaševica, who is Deputy Speaker of the Saeima of the Republic of Latvia. She is also a member of the European Council of Foreign Relations, where I am as well. So good to be with a fellow member of the Council on the same panel. We have also Dr. Louise van Schaik. Sorry, I tried the Dutch pronunciation, who is the head of unit at the Klingendahl Institute. Good to have your approach on those issues. And we have Dr. Funda Tekin joining online from Berlin, I suppose. She is director of the Institute for European Politics. So a very good collection of speakers who have deep knowledge of the issues, and we agreed that we will start with introductory comments of around 7 minutes each that would cover two questions. First of all, are we really seeing that Donald Trump is making Europe great again? As it was the title of one of the Financial Times commentaries, I think it was probably by Mr. Rahman. I think also our good friend Edward Lucas wrote something similar, that Europeans should erect a golden statue for Donald Trump in Brussels with the statement that he united Europeans, but the statement was supposed to be written in Russian. And then I think there were also commentaries in Politico about yet another Hamiltonian moment of the European Union in the current context of aggressive Russia and unpredictable Trump. So the first issue which I would ask our panelists to reflect on is, are we really seeing this convergence of positions on the key foreign policy issues of EU member states, or at least 26 member states? And if glass is half empty, not half full, what can be done to have more convergence? So that's the second issue I would like you to address. And then I will be happy to open the floor for your questions or to warm up the Q&A session myself if there is a need. And I suggest to proceed in the same order as it is on the program. So, Zander, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Ramonas, and thank you. It's a pleasure to be on this panel together with ECFR fellow member and two great ladies sharing this opportunity to discuss European foreign policy. And I like the version where you framed the question, are we seeing that Donald Trump is making Europe great again? And I think we can answer it easily, yes. That's it. Is any more answers needed? But if you look at
then what about Kaja Kallas's proposal of 40 billion or 5 billion as it was then? And then there were no numbers in the final European Council conclusions?
Yeah, so you go straight to the numbers, and it's right, actually. Also, if you look at the relations between the EU and United States previously, wasn't it so that we were like overgrown adults, like not maybe anymore living with our mom and father, but even if having a separate flat, relying on allowances from the godfather over the ocean. That was the reality, and we have to face it. Europe was not doing enough for its own security. Previously, when it was said in a nice manner, so we decided not to listen. So actually, the first one who said it clearly that Europe needs to increase its own spending for defense was the nice Barack Obama.
I think it was Kennedy, if I'm not mistaken.
The situation is there, but I think what has changed at this moment, finally, Europe is awake. So, and I think speaking in a metaphors, so its eyes are open, its mind is conscious, finally, but it must stand up and work out. And yes, we see now that there are proposals on numbers from the European Commission. So there is agreement that covers up to 800 billion euros. I think even more important is a German decision to open opportunity for 500 billion euros. So that's, I think, a huge, huge stimulus for the markets as such. So it seems that at least we have bought our running shoes. Now we start also to do the running. I think there are a couple of us in the room who have plenty of running shoes, not so well used, but Europe needs to use it. So we need to do the job. And I think here in the Baltic region, we have no illusions. For a while, we felt that we are a bit like already starting to brag, saying how much we spend for the defense. But actually, it is to motivate our friends in Europe. And yes, we are going to spend next year 4% of our GDP. Because we understand how important it is. And we need to convince a couple more of our friends in the EU. So we come to the second question of the convergence and unity. There are more and more of us who are ready to act, who are ready to run, who are ready to work out. and we still have to convince those who think that it's enough to think about running. Latvians, Estonians, Lithuanians, Poles, and the Nordic region as such. So we are now the leaders. The question is how to convince also those EU member states who are a bit further away from Russia, but at the same time they are also facing a lot of challenges. Would it be economic? Would it be migration? Would it be foreign interference? So we are so connected. And at the same time, we have also to understand that we cannot be ignorant on problems our friends, our partners face, because sometimes they are a bit different. And so also we as Latvians, 10 years ago, how much we were ready to help Southern Europeans in the migration crisis. We did our fair share, a bit. But at that time, I remember that we started and tried to explain to our society that Syria, it's not so far away. So the migration, it's not only the problem for Italy and Greece and Spain, it's also our problem. So if the migrants would come one day at the border between Russia and Latvia, we will need solidarity from other EU partners. So 10 years ago, it was a clear message. It was not easy to explain to the Latvian public. We managed more or less. And now we are exactly in the same situation where the attacks, the danger are on our border, and we need the solidarity of the Southern Europe. So we have to find this way how to better understand that we are in the same boat and that we have to work together. To conclude, I think this is a moment where we clearly see that the common foreign security policy that we have in the EU, so in the treaties we have it always together, the foreign security policy. And this is a moment where we can see and realize that indeed it is an inseparable couple. So there is no foreign policy without security policy, and vice versa. But actually, to have a power to deal with that, we need, I don't know, a power trio. We need to add economy. And that's what is in our relations with the United States. So the economy is playing its card. So and if we put all of these together, so we invest in our defense, so actually it helps our economy, and we also have to find ways how to work together with the US in global markets. So yes, the tariffs are the news of this week, but it will have impact on foreign policy, on security policy, on our relations. So all these three factors actually have to be seen together again. Everyone are in that together. But we are stronger as Europe at this moment. And we have to continue to work to become even more stronger and not to allow to go into a coma again.
Thank you very much for this optimistic take on the situation. Actually, I recently heard exactly the same statements from Commissioner Andrius Kubilius, who, when I asked about how to align the threat perception of our region member states and southern member states, referred to refugee crisis 10 years ago and to the need for solidarity. But solidarity often involves euros, money. And I'm looking at least how does it look from the perspective of a most frugal country now, I think, after those historic changes in German domestic politics. The floor is yours.
Yes, well, thank you first of all for inviting me, and it's really a great opportunity to be here and to learn more from the perspective of Latvia, and this is of course geographically a super interesting part of Europe at this moment in time if you're an international relations scholar. But it's also, yeah, a challenge, and in the plane here, I was actually thinking about this migration issue, whether that could be a potential trade-off, or because I have indeed observed that, let's say, representatives from this part of Europe, the Baltic states, have been quite vocal about the need for other countries to pay more. But I also realize very much so that in my own countries we're just, you know, frugal. But then in, let's say, the southern European countries, there is also these other perspectives, just about concerns about their credit rating and their macroeconomic position, and also not the feeling that the Russians might immediately enter their borders or cross their borders, which is also, of course, realistically the case. So I think that's one of the biggest challenges, yeah, to how to unify this perspective on EU foreign policy. And I do agree Trump helps. We've always seen in European foreign policy the what do the Americans syndrome, but also the rally around the flag when there was a Republican president in the White House. And this time around, we were a bit hesitant. You know, I remember in November, we were still, you know, like, okay, he won the elections, but he actually now also has a few allies in Europe. Huh? So there is the populist right-wing parties that ideologically very much are in line with the Trump agenda, with the MAGA movement. So that was really a bit a question. But the more, let's say, stupid and assertive this Trump government is behaving, whether it's the tariff wars or the way Zelensky was treated in the White House in front of the rest of the world, you see that the Europeans still rally around the flag, and also that the friends of Trump are losing also in the polls in Europe. So let's hope he continues that way from that perspective. But of course, it is very dangerous, and we also are very nervous about the NATO summit in June in The Hague, what's going to happen, and how is this going to be played out. But then I think there is, let's say, these different perspectives in EU foreign policy that we've always known, and it's clear that we need to go into more, you know, bold decision makings, more often indeed sideline Orban, not accept this behavior anymore, but also fundamentally make the choice for QMV in foreign policy, whether it's through Passerelle or enhanced cooperation, or through PESCO or Schengen types of Eurozone types of constructions. And I was actually looking up, and I'm not sure where this country is in terms of QMV and foreign policy, the group of France. Yeah. So I would also say, you know, when listening to the previous panel, and general debates on European integration, and also your question about, you know, are we in a Hamiltonian moment or only halfway? Perhaps we have to take into consideration, this was Einstein said, you know, we cannot solve our problems with the same thinking we used when we created them. So this is perhaps a moment that we have to take a bit more these bold decisions and moves forward. And I would say that would also then resemble a bit more the geopolitical thinking. So we had the Geopolitical Commission. There is this strive to be more geopolitical, but at the same time, we also pride ourselves of being a benign Europe in international relations. And it doesn't always contradict each other, but sometimes it does, of course. I mean, if we know that the Russians are overloading us with this information campaign, we just had, you know, in the previous session, the example of the Romanian TikTok president president candidate that all of a sudden emerged out of the blue. What do we put into return? And I think also there, a country like this can probably help in understanding, you know, what is the public sphere in Belarus, in Russia, and how can you work that, let's say, bottom line, and how can you answer with a European charm offensive, maybe even in the public sphere. I mean, we will not overthrow, of course, a dictatorial regime overnight, but at least, you know, how do we behave geopolitically, or do we concentrate our efforts within? I had more things, but maybe first listen to Funda and then we continue the conversation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Luis. Yes, Funda, thank you for joining us virtually. And we are very eager to hear what you think about those issues, having in mind that there are so high expectations linked to the new ruling coalition in Germany, which is being formed regarding the leadership in various areas, not just foreign policy, but of course, let's concentrate on EU foreign policy in this session. So the floor is yours, metaphorically speaking.
Well, thank you. I hope you can hear me all, and
yes, we can
hear you very well. So first of all, thank you for having me on this panel too. And I have to say, I'm not actually linking from or joining in from Berlin, but I'm currently at the southern end of Europe. So I'm participating also in a Greek public policy forum, and of course, this is also a very interesting perspective. You know, having the different discussions up north and then down south, and I think this is also something that we have to be aware of. So sorry for not being able to actually join you in person, but I'm happy to contribute virtually to this session. Of course, well, with regards to I'm going to comment on the German government and the positions later on in my intervention, but first. Maybe taking up all of those, buzzwords that have already been mentioned, and also thinking of the Munich Security Conference that took place in February this year, because there were basically the two buzzwords that I think also need to be considered. And the one was yet again a wake-up call, and I think, previously in every Munich Security Conference throughout the years, the last years, there were so many wake-up calls, and then, the European Union went into snoozing again. So, it's really then the question of whether now there is the wake-up call and we're actually gonna really get out of bed and use our running shoes, as Sander has pointed it out. But I think, and I do agree that given the current situation in the transatlantic relations, that there is really some movement that gives hope that we are actually going to see some developments with regards to the foreign policy and the security policy. And another buzzword from the Munich Security Conference, which I would like to elaborate on a bit, was also the so-called coalition of the willing. So that is not a new term, and it has been around for so many years. But actually it is used again, and I think we could then also discuss on whether this coalition of the willing is going to have a uniting or rather a divisive effect on the European Union. But I wanted to start with a more general thought also with regards to foreign policy. And I think we also need to consider that before we then think about the convergence among member states. It is also the question in how far, security currently also trumps rule of law considerations. And this thought came to me when preparing for this intervention for two reasons. I mean, we have the geopolitical enlargement that is going on, and we're going to have an entire panel on that at the end of the EU conversation. So I'm not going to go into great depth of it. But of course, you have, the geopolitics really drive the enlargement process currently. The entire mechanism of the enlargement process is still the merit-based approach. So there might be some tensions between those two approaches, but it's really, I think the difference now is really compared to previous enlargements, that really the enlargement as such is perceived as a security tool itself. So it's first enlargement, and then we might think about transformation. And I think this is something to consider. Another thing to consider is also, with whom to collaborate with regards to third countries, maybe. And this is, of course, the current developments in Turkey being so key to the security structure of of Europe, having severe backsliding currently on rule of law and democracy. So how to deal with that issue? So these are just a couple of thoughts that might, of course, also then impact on how successfully we're actually going to be able to build new coalitions of the willing and also new forms with regards to the security policy. Then thinking about security and foreign policy and variable geometries or the coalition of the willing, I think this needs to be considered because, of course, and I think this has already been mentioned, there are geographical differences in threat perceptions. As I said, having participated in so many discussions with the Baltics and the Nordic countries, I'm very well aware of the fact that, security is a huge, or the threat perception with regards to Russia has always been there, even before Germany also realized that. So we had those discussions. But then, moving further south, of course, and away from the Russian border, the threat perception is different. And I think this is something that we need to consider. Luisa has already mentioned the Hungary case. So I think it's also not only the geographical division among the member states, but also then, the question of the alignment with Russia and Hungary here is the prime example. And I'm really asking myself how sustainable the current solution of having two, concluding documents of the European Council can be, and whether we're not going to need some other form. And I think qualified majority voting would be, of course, also an option. But this is, I'm very well aware of the fact that this is a very challenging political issue. With regards to the coalition of the willing, the buzzword, I think France has been rather active and also kind of gearing and steering those formats, the UK too, speaking of the EU5 format. And I think here again also the issue that France has, internally rather, or Macron is internally under pressure, actually might help trying him to be a more active actor on the security dimension within Europe. But then again, with the coalition of the willing, and I'm, those of you who know me, I've worked extensively on the issue of differentiated integration, and I'm a real supporter of that format. But of course, we always have to ask ourselves whether this coalition of the willing would have also an integration or a divisive effect on the European Union. So with the coalition of the willing, we would need to ask a couple of questions with regards. So what is the purpose of it? So what should be delivered by this coalition of the willing? Is it only EU member states, or are third countries involved with it? And then is it within the EU treaties, or is it based on an intergovernmental treaty? And then the key questions in how far EU institutions are involved and or not. And I think these things are not yet conclusively decided, but we have to keep in mind that the EU should, at least EU institutions should be involved, and you need to have an EU element in it in order to have rather a more integration effect rather than a divisive effect. And maybe just a final comment, because Ramon, as you were asking for the developments in Germany. Of course, we don't have a ruling coalition government yet, so the coalition governments are still ongoing, and they do not seem to be as easy as maybe predicted. But I'm very confident that we're going to have a coalition agreement between the Christian Democrats and the Social Democrats in the end. Of course, there has already been the decision on the so-called Sondervermögen, which allows the government to spend more money also on security, not only on security, but also on infrastructure. But then here is also a question in how far this is actually going to trickling up to the European dimension, or whether it's only a German-focused budget. So there's still a couple of things to see how this is going to evolve. But first of all, I think before commenting on anything further, we need a government. So I'm going to leave it at that.
Thank you very much, Funda. Can I just follow up with a quick question? I think the working group of the both coalition parties already published their joint position on Europe. Could you, on the basis of it, briefly tell us, are there any changes to traditional German position on EU foreign policy issues or not?
So indeed, there was this leaked. I mean, it was rather leaked than officially published. You know, the working document. So I think it's rather well, it's rather along the lines that what we have already seen in previous discussions. I actually have it here, so I can have another look at it. So yeah, I'm not sure whether there is going to be a very strong change in the positioning, and I would also need to look into the fact of whether there is something concrete on security and defense policy. I would actually need to look into that. I looked into it regarding the enlargement policy, where it is more really clearly linked to also the internal reform procedure. So yeah, so we need to wait and see for the final coalition government, I would say.
Thank you. I can't resist actually contradicting you a bit when you said that geopolitics, in the field of enlargement, geopolitics now entirely drives the process. When I look into Poland and its domestic politics for the last 1.5 years, I see domestic politics driving Polish enlargement policy, or more straightforwardly speaking, farmers driving or stopping rather than driving. If we look into, I think, very good initial proposal of European Commission to completely remove barriers to trade with Ukraine, which was in line with most proposals to integrate Ukraine fast and help it economically in such a way. Now I think in June we will see further backtracking, reduction of quotas of customs-free imports. So I think, yeah, domestic politics, unfortunately, even in Poland, which is frontline state, continues to be quite important on such strategic issues like EU enlargement. Don't you think so?
Yeah, well, because I think this is really also part of the concluding panel that you have. But I definitely agree. So let me specify. I think the geopolitical, and I mean, if you look into the documents of the Commission and the European Union institutes, you know, enlargement is defined as a geopolitical investment in peace and prosperity on the continent. So this is basically what triggered the entire situation where we are currently at. So with regards to, you know, the accession negotiations having been opened with Ukraine and Moldova, and also the accession perspective for Georgia, and also all the movement we saw, and basically the revitalization of the accession procedure. But now, of course, when it comes to actually, you know, drive the process forward, of course, you have different member states having different interests. And, you know, of course, the common agricultural policy is, and cohesion funds is something that is going to be a huge issue in the accession negotiations and in the final decision on the enlargement policy. So, you know, in the end, you're going to have a unanimous decision among all member states, and then the ratification in all member states. So it is still a very long process. But the entire, you know, idea of, you know, why we actually need this enlargement, that has been strongly driven by geopolitics.
Yes, on that we agree. I already started sort of warming up our speakers, so please think if you have questions, okay, I see already hands raised. Before I give the floor, just wanted to react to one more comment which was raised several times on QMV, the use of QMV on foreign policy issues. I can report from the country I know best, and then I will ask Zanda to comment what is Latvia's current official position, because interestingly, even after 2022 in Lithuania, we had a very cautious approach towards introducing QMV on issues like sanctions, despite Hungary's continuous obstruction of decision-making. But when the recent coalition government was formed in Lithuania after parliamentary elections that took place last autumn, there is, I would say, a radical shift in the position, and the government is open to using QMV, qualified majority voting, on decisions regarding sanctions and foreign policy more generally. So I think Hungary's behavior is producing results finally. Of course, geopolitical tensions are the main factor behind this change, because traditionally I think all Baltic states were quite reserved about giving up veto rights, as most small member states are. So I wonder whether something similar has happened in Latvia. Zanda, could you tell us?
So you're right. So we traditionally are very, very skeptic about the QMV. So we have not officially updated the position. Of course, there are a lot of working level discussions almost every day. And I think there is not a clear answer because if we look even at the recent events where we needed to prolong the sanctions against Russia, one would say that it would be easier without Hungary. But the other side of the coin is that if it would be possible with a QMV, my guess is actually that the sanctions would be weaker. Because there are many member states who do not want to have such broad and strong sanctions against Russia. And because Latvia and Estonia and Lithuania has its say, so we insisted on a broader and stronger position. So this is the other side, that also not only blocking, but insisting on something more. And that's something where is never an easy answer. Actually, when I talk to my students, as I'm also having a master course at the University of Latvia on EU foreign policy, we always have a debate on the QMV, and we always do a group work and vote. And even for the students, it's always half on half. And because it shows that there is not a simple answer, and even the young people see the pluses and minuses in both sides.
Not even simple majority.
Yes, but I think one is for me clear. To come out of this crisis or moment of rebirth, Europe will be different. As it was said that Europe is forged in crisis. So it's clear that it will be different. We just at this moment, we do not know how exactly it will function, but there will be some other features and decision-making mechanisms. And it might be actually that the debate of the QMV is an old debate. Maybe there are actually totally different solutions to the problems we have. And when you commented previously that I'm optimistic, yes, because I think that's the only way to stay sane, because actually the situation is so terrible. It's worse than the worst nightmare. So that just to stay sane, my approach is to keep optimism that we can change and we can find solutions.
Very American approach, I would say.
Well, maybe that's what we need.
Okay, I saw a number of hands, so I'm happy to give the floor. Just want to remind those who are following online or on watching us, there is a possibility to send questions by using Slido program. Now let's hear the questions from the audience. Please don't forget to introduce yourself, and if it's specifically to one of the panelists, please tell to whom you address your question.
Thank you very much. My name is Hamid Lajavardi, American Baltic Investments. First, I want to say how much I enjoyed all the quotes that I heard today, particularly from Dr. Zanda in her presentation speech in the beginning. My question is, why has the European Union been sleepwalking or pretending to be sleepwalking because it has been its interest, especially of the major power? But just to give a background so I can have a more precise response to my question, and I would appreciate a precise response. As a background, you know, the Bretton Woods was made in 1947 between the US and Europe in establishing a world trading system. The US basically said, I will guarantee your security and we'll have free trade. Of course, the Europeans loved it because security was guaranteed and it was free trade for them coming out of the war. But about 15 years ago, US realized that this was not in their national interest anymore because China was using the same system in competing with the West, in particular the US, and the US realized the old order is no longer in its interest. So they had to change, and it started with Barack Obama, first to say to NATO, we don't want to pay all the expenses, you should do it. You should pay for your own expenses. Of course, it fell on deaf ears. At the Riga conference, I believe the German defense minister at the time, newly appointed, Ursula von der Leyen, came and said, to the surprise of many, that Germany cannot meet its promise of 2% by 2024. It's being postponed to 2032. That's one issue that goes into, was it this really sleepwalking or just pretending to sleepwalk knowing that it's in their national interest? Even Merkel, in meeting with Trump, said we can no longer depend on the US for our protection. That was so many years ago, but still no attention was paid to that reality and that change. And this also goes into the economic interests of the US and changing this order. So getting back to my original question, please give me a precise answer. Was Europe sleepwalking? Was it pretending to sleepwalk? Or was it just serving its own national interest, irregardless of the consequence? And I can use Germany as an example, which used Russian gas against all advice for its own security, depending on the US for its military safety, and of course the cheap euro to help promote its exports was also useful. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I suppose this question goes to all the panelists, because I think since annexation of Crimea, Baltic states stopped sleepwalking. Some other countries took longer to change their policies. But I would like to collect some more questions. I saw first Atis, then here and here.
Thank you. Now, my question is, okay, Europe is going to rearm, but countries outside of the European Union cannot be part of the rearmament program unless they have a military and security, a pact with the European Union, right? So Norway can be there, Liechtenstein can be there, but not the most important country, Great Britain. Why? Great Britain wants to be there. It's got a huge military industry. Is fish going to ruin this? France said, no, fish are more important. So how do we react to that?
Okay, that's a continuation of agricultural policy topic. Yeah.
Yes, thank you. Maria Golubeva, Baltic Initiative on European Reform. I wanted to come back to the QMV issue. I do agree with you that Lithuania has been changing its approach, and I think this began before the new government, but it was a bit less open, but I think there was a readiness to discuss at certain levels. I also noticed that Estonia a couple of years ago commissioned a paper about how would it work and how would it be possibly to combine it with Estonian national interest. So I do think that Latvia at the moment is perhaps the most conservative regarding QMV of the three Baltic states. We have published a paper by a Latvian researcher on our website, which regards specifically the Latvian perspective on QMV and national interest. And our conclusion is, of course, it is in Latvia's national interest to have QMV in foreign and security policy. Because the tactical considerations that have been historically driving this approach came basically from some now outdated vision of EU foreign policy thinking and security policy thinking. And that is, what if some, say, crazy communists from the south of Europe decide to push through a decision which is Russia favorable, which is simply no longer well, at least at the moment, which is not the biggest probability we have, because we do have some Russia allies, if I may so, in the EU. But that is not an issue anymore of crazy left somewhere in the south of Europe. This is a matter of wannabe authoritarians, or one could already say authoritarians, who disregard the whole European architecture, the rule of law, and who want to be part of the international authoritarian club. So I think with this completely different historic situation now, we can actually afford to be much more open in the discussion of whether QMV serves our best interest, which is, of course, security and survival of the European Union as a space of democracy, human rights, and individual freedoms, and also a guarantee of our national independence. So from that point of view, I think it's time for a new discussion.
Thank you very much. I guess this goes mostly to Zander, but let's wait for another question. Sir?
Yeah, Christian Egenhofer from SEPS in Brussels and the School of Transnational Governance at the EUI in Florence, working on energy, climate, and industry. The question is a bit more operational, if there is a moment for this, and that's really about the performance of the EU diplomatic services. How is the EU outreach being done? I'm working on energy, and basically what I saw in the countries is either absence of the European External Action Service or a preaching of how the things are really done. Now, certainly in the future, there must be something else. So how can the EU outreach be really improved?
I suppose that would be also to all the panelists, and Stephen.
Yeah, thank you very much, Ramunas. My question goes to all of the panelists and deals with the elephant in the room. We have Mette Frederiksen, Danish Prime Minister, standing on a warship now in Greenland saying, don't annex this country, and this is illegal, etc. The US will press other member states eventually in an effort to divide and rule. How do you think coalitions of member states will divide? And what is the recipe to keep them together or bring them back together?
Thank you. I think Christie wrote a paper on foreign policy about 4 different groups of EU countries in terms of approaching Donald Trump and his administration. But yeah, I will take the last question for this round and we'll give an opportunity for panelists to react. Yes.
Yes, thank you very much. My name is Kristaps Kaldas-Nagls. I'm a student from Riga Graduate School of Law, and my question is, so regarding the Trump's tariffs and the EU planned countermeasures, do you believe that a possible dialogue with President Trump is even possible to resolve this sort of escalation in the tariff war, or is the EU foreign policy leading towards a more aggressive policy like fighting off till the end? And if that would be so, is the EU even ready for that sort of escalation?
Yeah, if anyone could answer this. Well, thank you. Yeah. It's not my job, it's panelists. Yeah, I will now give the floor back to our panelists, and if we have time, we will collect more questions. So let's start with Sander. Please address those questions.
Where to start? We have 6 questions, 6 teeny tiny questions. The first one on the sleepwalking. You know, at this point, I have to start a bit of self-censorship, because transfer as an academic would be one kind of answer, and transfer here in this house as a vice speaker of the parliament, a bit different. But the world was different. And there were different security situations decades ago, and there were different situations in the global economy. So I think it was kind of not only sleepwalking, but it was a mutual agreement of the rules of the game. And the economy, I guess, had its say. So the classics said economy stupid, and of course also many other factors. So I think we cannot say to this question yes or no, because and I think it was partially a mutual agreement, and it will change. Atis on the fish, or it's not fish or bread, it's fish or life, yeah, isn't it? And I think the coalition of willing is an approach to be used, and maybe out of this coalition of willing, we will find a way also how to involve UK in the security policy, and also find ways how to allow UK to be part of this purchasing projects. Because it's definitely needed, and we see that exactly the first meeting of Coalition of Willing was in Paris, the second again in London, and that's something where UK is terribly needed for us, and that was when Brexit happened. I remember you also talked a lot about the British position on security policy that always has been the most like-minded to the Latvian and Baltic one. So again, today I decided to be optimistic. So I think we need to find a way, and it's possible, even if the fish divides. Maria, on the qualified majority vote, I hear you. There are good arguments. At the same time, exactly the events of the last months makes me think that it's not so easy. So the Latvian position has been that it would be possible, for example, all -1. I don't know, maybe we can go for all -3. But so those who maybe didn't follow the Latvian discussion on the sanction renewal recently, so there are rumors who will be relieved from the sanctions. So would the Friedman or Aven or some of the other Russian oligarchs stay in the sanction list? And it's my true belief that because of the need for the unanimity, it was the power of Latvia to insist that as much as possible persons stay on the list. This time, by the qualified majority vote, I believe we would be outvoted with a shorter list of the persons to be sanctioned. And I think this is an argument that we have not calculated previously. And this is something that also is coming into my calculations because of this last month's events. So maybe we need to find something new. Like, yes, if our position was all -1, maybe seeing the situation, maybe all -3, for example. Okay, not to take too much time, maybe on the outreach, how to improve the outreach of the European External Action Service. Unity of the EU is needed, but I will maybe leave a room of time for my colleagues to comment more. And on Denmark and Greenland, I think it's the most dangerous, actually, problem we have right now. If something happens in Greenland, so the EU, the NATO is in real danger. So actually it is the biggest, the most dangerous issue we have on the table. And Trump tariffs, the question, is negotiation with Trump possible? His tactics and approach is totally different. It's not traditional diplomatic negotiations we have used to. It's a totally different approach, as some of my American colleagues have said. So forget the diplomatic approach, forget the traditional structured approach. It's a mindset of a businessman. So to answer to the question, are the negotiations possible? The answer is yes and no at the same time. No to the way we used to deal. Yes to finding a way how to live and what decisions to make. And the EU approach, preparing the countermeasures, I think is part of this new negotiation tactics. And so, and hopefully again, maybe it will not solve the situation in one day. So we have the first round of the countermeasures, so that the tariffs. So today there is a lot of discussion about tariffs on the tech companies that might be very painful for the US economics, and then maybe it can bring us back to the decisions that tariffs are not good for neither of us.
Thank you very much. Luis, you can pick and choose.
Yeah, no.
But there were some questions which were left for you specifically.
No, I think this is fascinating. I just want to say on the sleepwalking, it's very easy to say, you know, I told you so. And I mean, I remember we wrote a paper for the European Parliament when Biden was just elected, and we said no way back. We have to continue with becoming more independent, etc., etc. But I think the question is now really, how are we going to do things differently, and are we not going to make our future strategic mistakes? And I think also in the previous panel, the issue of climate change versus defense expenditure came up. And I think this is not the right approach. The right approach is really to look at our energy security position in Europe and to realize that we need really to become more energy independent, not only from Russia, but also from the US and also from many of the other petrostates. Of course, Norway is not the problem, but Norway has only a certain amount of capacity that they can sell to us, and that's limited, to be frank. So I think it would be stupid if we're now going to invest in Europe in a defense industry, which is super high tech, and we don't take this fossil dependency into consideration. And also in the battlefield, we have seen that fossil is actually a huge liability. I mean, this is where the Russians can be hit, not only by us buying less, but also by directly the supplies to the troops, which are the logistical bottleneck in any military operation. So also from operational effectiveness, from a competitive perspective, and also here the future generations, as if we are now going to invest huge amounts of money in the defense industry, then let's do it also in a way that it brings other societal benefits and spin-offs. And frankly speaking, I was really shocked when I saw the defense white paper that there is nothing in strategic thinking in that regard. And that also brings me to the question of outreach, because it's more or less linked. Also, if I hear speakers from the External Action Service abroad, they speak still about climate change. Well, this is not about climate change. Again, it's about our energy independence and our energy positioning and our ability to sell clean tech to the rest of the world in the future as a future business model. And let's be a bit more open and frank about it, and not say, oh, we understand climate change and the rest of the world should follow us because we lead by example and we are so good, look at us. I mean, this is not the story that we are to tell. It's not a smart story, and it creates irritation with the rest of the world, and I understand this. I just was in India, and I asked for a ceasefire on CBAM, you know. This is how they look at this issue, and we fail to explain to them that this is a polluter pays policy that we have in the EU, and that we also aim to export to the rest of the world. And yeah, I fully agree that we should really work also on our diplomatic capabilities and capabilities also to listen. The cooperation between EU member states, embassies in third countries needs to be stepped up, and also through Team Europe initiatives, Global Gateway, and so on and so forth, really. And by the way, to address another question, this issue about agriculture and enlargement that came up in the previous discussion, that's of course, there is a necessity for the Ukraine agriculture produce not to go to Poland, but to go through the Black Sea to Africa. And let's think about this also in a more strategic way, yeah? How to use Global Gateway, the Black Sea grain deal, and so on and so forth, so that we avoid, let's say, that we have this this competition between Polish and Ukrainian farmers. Then maybe the last point on tariff war. Also there I see the energy issue. I mean, where did the US greatly increase its exports to the EU? Where are they vulnerable? And von der Leyen said, yeah, maybe we can negotiate by buying a little bit more gas. Well, maybe the way to answer a businessman like Trump is to not do this. and try with maybe more policies behind the scenes, local content requirements, more pricing of carbon, and other means to, let's say, reduce these liabilities and dependencies and hit back in this way, in a more, let's say, behind the scenes way, than maybe an open and direct way that will only escalate a trade war situation. Sorry, maybe I agree very much with you on Greenland. We did some research a couple of years ago in the midst of the COVID crisis on the Chinese influence on Greenland. I think it's maybe true that the Danish have been a bit stupid in allowing, let's say, a referendum on Denmark to become independent. That makes it vulnerable for the US, having such a big territory in front of your nation where the missiles come over that could become independent, and therefore super susceptible to, again, what happened with TikTok in Romania or other ways of unwarranted foreign interference. But we also saw that all the attempts by China to have airports in Greenland, to have mines in Greenland, were all blocked by the Danish because they spoke with the Americans. So, yeah, what is really the issue with the allies not working towards your interest there? And then perhaps also then finally still to answer your question on the Netherlands and the money. I think the Netherlands is super skeptical about a higher EU budget and defense spending. There are real concerns about how will all these loans being paid back, also by the future generations. The Netherlands is also super skeptical, by the way, about enlargement. But I think in the end of the day, if we are on our own, the Netherlands is not going to block things. But that's my think tank assessment. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for this assessment. Funda, would you address all the questions or some of them? Please do.
Yes, thank you. Well, I mean, lots of things have already been said. And well, first of all, thank you for all those highly relevant and interesting questions. So I'm just, I think, going to add a couple of thoughts and arguments to the things that have already been addressed. Maybe with regards to the sleepwalking question. And here I think I'm really with Louise, because for me it's more important to now that we learn our lessons from the past developments and the past years, and so that we now really kind of find more constructive, productive, ways forward, rather than really thinking about whether we were sleepwalking or not. It's important that we have kind of all woken up. And I think also with regards to Germany, I think here we can really say that there has been a shift in policy, and it's not only temporarily, but I think the Zeitenwende in that regard is something that can be taken seriously and that can then be worked on more productively. With regards to the security and defense agreements. And the access to the SAFE program and all that. Of course, the UK is currently negotiating with the EU. Fisheries is indeed one of the stumbling stones in those negotiations. So I think we will have to see how these things develop. But I think this is also what I mentioned in the beginning. It's then also the issue of, there are several countries being addressed and mentioned in the white paper as third parties of potential and particular interest to the security dimensions, and we will have to find and negotiate all those agreements with all of them individually, and each case has their individual challenges. So it's not going to be an easy thing to do, but then in the end we will see which policy will trump which other policy in the package deal that is then reached in the end. With regards to qualified majority voting, I mean, I'm very happy to see that there is some, reconsideration of positions in the Baltic states going on. And maybe just one thought that I keep repeating whenever we talk about the introduction of qualified majority voting, because for me it's very important also to understand that I think currently about 80% of potential qualified majority votes are still taken by consensus. So of course this is nothing that might actually reassure those who are critical of qualified majority voting, but for me it's also more a negotiating tactic that might actually then also facilitate finding a consensus rather than a unanimous voting procedure. With regards to because I was also thinking a bit about the EU -1 current situation with finding the situations. I'm not sure whether an EU -3 would really be a sustainable and solution, because I think we really have to show that there is a consensus among member states, and I think we might accept that one member state is not voting along with the others. But if this group becomes larger, I think it really undermines also then the decision that is being taken by the remaining member states. And this is something to consider. So I think we have to find solutions. It's either going to be qualified majority voting or some sort of, then enhanced cooperation, other forms of flexibility within to then find more sustainable solutions with regards to that. On Greenland, lots of things have been said, and so I'm not an expert on Greenland actually in the Arctic, but I do see definitely the concerns, and it's definitely also the elephant in the room. If it would have a more divisive factor on the European Union and also the transatlantic relations, that of course would be something, basically the worst case scenario. So we will have to monitor that closely and see how to deal with that. And finally, just with regards to the tariff war, which is another whole arena which is very worrisome and troublesome, and development that we would have preferred not to see unfolding right now. But I really think we have to understand that Trump, of course, has a different, and this has already been mentioned, different approach to policy making. It's more mercantilistic in terms of his approach. But then again, and this is, I think, the most troublesome to me, I think we cannot really rationalize Trump's policies. So it's really difficult to see, what he's aiming for. I mean, he has used tariffs to actually try to blackmail, Mexico for then making compromises on and concessions on the migration issue. He has, kind of raised tariffs and then, lifted them the next day or suspended them for a certain period. So there is lots of volatility and very difficult to predict, first of all, for what his aims are, and then how he's going to react in the future. So this is, for me, the most challenging part. It's very difficult to rationalize his policies.
Very quickly, because we have to wrap up.
I just wanted to quickly add to this tariff story. And I think there will be, again, two realities for that. In the media, it will look quite differently from what we used to see. But actually, Europe is absolutely ready to find a solution in a way of negotiations, and we are committed to negotiations. And we also see from the bilateral contacts between Latvia and the U.S. administration that actually we have a good channels and we have a good opportunity. For Latvia, the transatlantic relations are super important. That's why we are also investing in them. But so what we have to prepare ourselves that while the EU and member states will invest a lot of efforts in negotiations, so in media, there can be different stories. And I think that is the big difference that we have to take into account.
I think there is also an issue that resisting bravely against Trump's pressure seems to be a very big political rating booster, as we see in Canada and in other places. So responding with escalation seems to be politically beneficial, but economically, of course, it's damaging to ourselves if EU introduces higher restrictions to trade with the US. I think that's another dilemma that we are faced with. But I see Carlis looking at me, and I see 1 minute, 45 minutes, exactly. Let's thank our speakers. I apologize to those of you who did not have time to ask questions, because we do have to finish on time. So thank you very much again. Zander, Luis, Funda, thank you for your insights. And I am now asking Christy to take up the podium, because she will be talking with ministers, plural. Let's thank our panelists.
Stänga av ljudet så. Det syns i programmet. Kan du bara stänga av min mikrofon?
Just very short.
So, thank you, Ramunas. Indeed, now it is time for a keynote conversation on a new age for European defense and the EU's role. My name is Kristi Raik. I am director of the International Center for Defense and Security in Estonia. We have been talking a lot about security and geopolitics already today. Now it is time to zoom in on defense in particular. As it has been noted, we are in a new geopolitical, tough environment. We have the long-term threat of Russia. This is not really new, at least in the Baltic states. But at the same time, we now have a new situation in the transatlantic alliance. The US is no longer what it used to be. The level of uncertainty and tension in the transatlantic relationship is unprecedented. And in this situation, we have agreement in Europe that Europe now really, really needs to do much more on defense, and that the EU needs to step up its investment in common defense capabilities, and it needs to also work heavily on European defense technological and industrial base. We also agree broadly that we still need to stick to the NATO framework, and what the EU does in the field of defense has to be aligned with NATO. There is a lot of talk about a more European NATO. But the EU's level of ambition is really high at this point, higher than it has ever been in the field of defense. The sum of up to 800 billion euros of additional funding for defense has been mentioned here today. And this does signal a new level of awareness about how serious the security situation is. But on the other hand, we know that the implementation of this new level of ambition still depends on member states whose threat perceptions are not completely aligned. So we will be discussing this geopolitical context and the challenges of European defense and the EU's role in European defense with indeed two ministers. There is a surprise element in the program. We will first hear a short intervention from the Latvian Minister of Defense, Mr. Andris Spruds, and that will be followed by remarks and a discussion with the Minister of Defense of Sweden, Dr. Paul Jonsson. But first, over to you, Mr. Spruds, please.
Colleagues, friends, good afternoon, everyone. Dear Christy, thank you for introduction, for kind introductions. Always a pleasure to cooperate in different capacities, and also it's a pleasure to be today here at the EU conversations. And I must congratulate all the organizers of EU conversations of decade of successful partnership and result. I think very important thought-provoking debates, conversations about so important issues to all of us. So the Latvian Institute of International Affairs, the partner institutions, the European Commission representation in Latvia, Latvian Parliament, I mean all the important partners in making really this a success for already 10 years. And Carlis, dear director of the Latvian Institute of International Affairs, of course, this has been also your success. Your leadership has been absolutely indispensable. And of course, I'm very happy also to see and know that Swedish Minister of Defense, Paul Jonsson, is joining. We have excellent partnership, and we are looking forward how we can expand also our mutual partnership within NATO, within the EU, and also regionally and bilaterally. So I will not give too long remarks. I just wanted to add sort of the insight or perspectives that, of course, NATO is crucial. Generally, defense and security is crucial for our nations to keep our societies strong and secure. That's why also the importance of that debate on defense and security is absolutely very timely, urgent, and very crucial. And yes, today we celebrate, as we may also have reminded ourselves, we celebrate 76th anniversary, 76 years. Alliance, NATO, in 1949, on 4th of April, the agreement was signed, the treaty was signed, and of course now the 76 years of successful alliance has been in place. But we have some questions, how we must go forward, what we should do, how we should proceed. And in this regard, it is apparent European Union has to step up. Yesterday we also had a meeting of European defense ministers in Warsaw. And we have to step up. We have realizations. There is a right mindset. There is understanding. But of course, concrete steps must be made as well. Supporting Ukraine in its fight for freedom. Of course, stepping up also defense investment. It's crucial at the moment. To some extent, European Union is, if not lagging behind, but certainly there is a potential to do more. In NATO, 2.75%. It is a overall average the investment in defense, but European Union countries around 2%, even less than 2%. So certainly we must make a progress in this regard. And investment in our defense capabilities, but also investment in defense industry and innovations. This is crucial that we are building the whole architecture, the whole ecosystem also of security of supply, innovation, which directly feeds into our defense capabilities, and by this, of course, protects our societies. Latvia is doing its homework. We are supporting Ukraine actively. Last year, top 3 country, also including Sweden, was one of the top 3 countries as well. We provided 0.32% from our GDP went militarily to Ukraine, and we are willing continuously to do it also in coming years, this year and also next year. We are investing in defense. This year it is 3.7%, and we are planning in coming years to reach 5% of our GDP, which would go to our defense expenditure, so exactly to strengthen our military capabilities with a strong focus on capabilities. But yes, it is important that we do it in solidarity, in unity with our NATO partners, with our European partners, and also with our regional partners. So that's why I am happy that exactly also Paul is joining today for this discussion. Sweden is an extremely important partner for us, for the regional nations, but also for Latvia specifically. We had the chance to welcome Sweden becoming NATO country. So 23 out of 27 countries within the European Union are also the NATO countries. So Sweden has joined as well. So we were very happy and highly appreciative of what we can do together within NATO. And of course, very recently, we also welcomed the NATO, within NATO framework, the Swedish troops to Latvia. So Sweden is a very close partner, militarily, politically, strategically, but we are also looking forward how we can develop our industrial, innovative partnership, friendship even stronger together. So as a role model also for other bilateral and regional partnerships within EU as well. So I think we have done a lot, but at the same time, still there are many things we can do together. So that's why I'm very happy that this debate on defense is included, and we have such an outstanding also partner and speaker as Paul Johnson. So I will finish here. I would wish all our partners, colleagues, friends a good vibrant debate on defense, on security. This is a new age in many ways, and we have to address properly, adequately, responsibly those challenges what we are all facing. Thank you so much and good luck.
Should I continue?
Yeah, thank you to Andris, and indeed now it is time for the remarks by Minister Johnson, please.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Christy. Very nice to see you again. Great to see my colleague and good friend Andris as well. We had good discussions and deliberations at our informal EU Defense Ministerial meeting in Warsaw, and we are very proud of the deep cooperation that we're establishing now bilaterally. My intention was not to speak longer than 10 minutes, and then we can also have a discussion. And I hope also that Andris can stay over the conversation as well, but to touch base on some of the things that we think are very important now and at a very formative time for European security. I should also say, like Andris, I also have a record or a background as a researcher, and when I came to conferences then, I had well-calibrated, insightful speeches which were, but now prepare for something else, since we don't, so it's going to be more policy-oriented. My wife always said when I was a researcher, that was my last honest job before I became a politician, just so you know. Now, a few words then. I'll start on the security environment and our reading about the current security environment. And of course, the principal threat for us is Russia. There are a few parameters that we take into account, particularly when we assess Russian military capability. If I would summarize it quickly, I would say that Russia hasn't been particularly impressive on the battlefield, but they have shown a large degree of tenacity, resilience, and brutality, which we do take into account. We also do take into account that Russia has a propensity to take great political and military risks. And thirdly, that they also have high ambitions to reconstitute their armed forces and build back better, as we say. So we know currently, of course, they're bogged down down in around Ukraine, but after some kind of peace agreement, we have to prepare for a time when we're going to have a lot of more Russian hardware in our vicinity than we're having right now. I'm thinking particularly about Kaliningrad, and I'm thinking also about the Leningrad military district. And therefore, we have a few years, hopefully now, that we have to be laser focused on Article 3 inside NATO, also on strengthening our national defense postures, at the same time as we are also laser focused on supporting Ukraine as much as possible in order for them to be able to, if they so choose, to negotiate from a position of strength. So these are the two main objects of Swedish defense policy. So with that in mind, let me say then what we are doing nationally on Article 3 work. That is, of course, heavily expanding our defense investment. So Sweden doubled its defense budget in 4 years' time from about 6 billion to 12 billion. We have right now a trajectory that we're going to go up to at least 2.6% by 2028. But we also made an announcement last week that we're actually going to be 3.5% by 2030 as well. That's all good and that's all needed. So how are we going to spend it? Well, we're going to spend it in dialogue, of course, with the other allies, because what's driving defense investment is NATO's capability targets. Those, as you know, are secrets in itself, and we can't elaborate on it. What Sakura said and what is well known is that there are things that Europe on balance need to strengthen, such as air defense, enablement, logistics, available ground forces, long deep strike, and some intelligence aspects. So we are going to do our military build up in close collaboration also with well-informed capability targets. I just want to say that as how we're going to spend this increased defensive investments. And my reading is that we're probably going to end up with a new defense investment pledge at Hague. If it's going to be 3.5 or if it's going to be 5% or somewhere in between, that remains to be seen. The other thing I just want to point out as well is our Ukraine support, which is both substantial and comprehensive. I want to underline. So we just this week announced our biggest support package to Ukraine so far on 1.6 billion euros. We predominantly now support Ukraine by providing commercial off-the-shelf products from our defense industrial base, or we do it through funding with other coalitions as well. And we always say that supporting Ukraine is, of course, investing into our own security as well, since our assessment is that Ukraine is the shield against the Russian military expansion as well. So we have a plan for the next, at least the next 24 months of how we can also step up support for Ukraine. I think that's absolutely crucial to that. A few also remarks then on our NATO integration. And of course, we are very proud, and our core in the NATO integration is our mechanized battalion in Latvia. And let me be crystal clear, this is a long-term commitment that we are doing for NATO and for Latvia. So there's going to be rotating forces for years to come. And we're very proud of being at Camp Valdemar. I joke that that's the first time since the 1700 that Sweden comes across to Livland or to Latvia, but this time we come in peace and we come as partners and even more better as allies. And we see this as a great vehicle, as Andrew said, also for deepening our bilateral collaboration with Latvia. In addition to that, we are also the framework nation of FLF Finland. FLF Finland is going to be different from the other FLFs because it's not going to be standing forces inside the host country, but it's predominantly going to be focused on exercises in quite demanding operational environment up north there. It's going to be quite focused also on innovation. We see that as a possibility of using unmanned systems, also using space-based assets and technology as well. We think that could be interesting. It might be some staff officers and there might be some pre-positioning, but I want to say that FLF Finland is going to be different from the other FLFs as we have framework. And we are, of course, with now since April 1st with our Gripen fighters inside Poland as well, doing air policing there. And of course, our naval ships are engaged into Baltic Century on the Baltic Sea, protecting critical infrastructure on below the seabed. Now, where does EU and NATO come into this? Let me then say what I am very inspired by, since now the new Commission is in place and the new High Representative. I find there's a much greater openness to the fact that we have to have a closer EU-NATO collaboration, and that EU can work to enable the member states to better also reach the capability targets. And we think that is very, very good. There used to be a time when you talked about EU and NATO, and you used to say that they lived in the same city in Brussels, but seemed to live on different planets. But I think that time is long gone, and we see a much deeper EU-NATO collaboration. That's something we want to encourage, because we're all operating with a single set of forces. And where could the EU play a very significant role when it comes to making sure that the member states have the military means as necessary? I think Andres was talking about it. Is defense industry is a given, of course. I think the ASAP was particularly successful in making sure that we could increase production capacity for 155. So I think that's defense industry is certainly one. Research and development, and here, of course, EU is well under its way, also with PESCO and the EDF combination and the nexus between internal and external security, because I talk now about Russia in terms of kinetic threats, of course, and its military capabilities, but we also see that Russia has a propensity to operate also with hybrid methods as well. So enhancing resilience, I would say, is also a very important factor into this. Now, and I think we're going to come back to this. Is this turning point for European security? The fact that the Americans are, for good reasons, pressing the Europeans to step up, increase their defensive investment, having better combat capacity, and so forth. Is this the moment where it's going to be happening? Well, I've been working in this sector for well over 20 years, and I never before experienced that kind of sense of urgency as I'm doing right now with the Europeans picking up on defense investment. So I think that is very encouraging. What we do have, and some of you remember when Bob Gates went to Brussels in his farewell speech in 2011, he talked about a two-tier alliance. He was worried that America was galloping away and that the Europeans then were not investing enough. What we do have right now is a multi-tier alliance. Of course, it's not the Americans as such who are doing in terms of GDP per capita, who are doing the most, because they're about 3.4, but you have Poland, who's almost 5, you have all the 3 Baltic states who are between 3 and 4, and then you have the Nordics who are between 2.5, north of 2.5, and then you have some others who are doing less. So I think for cohesion and unity of the alliance, that it's really important also that other countries south is stepping up their defense investment. I think that is going to be the key factor to it as well. That because 2% of course will not be nearly enough for the Europeans to assure a larger responsibility for our own security. Last point, and that will be my absolutely final point, and that is the challenges of the defense industrial base inside Europe. And we welcome the proposals in many regards on the white paper here, but we need to change the cost curve on a few of the systems. Cost curves and delivery curves because we are right now in the era where we're going to go for scale and volume in a way we haven't been thinking as much before during the last decade, and therefore the cost curve and the per unit cost in some areas has to be broken. At the same time is the delivery time as well that needs to be quicker for us on the European defense industrial base. So there'll be a few of my remarks, and I'd be glad to open up for discussions.
Thank you so much, Minister, for covering a broad range of issues. You focused understandably a lot on NATO, which still remains the framework for European defense. We have the NATO defense plans, we have the NATO capability targets. This is work in progress. And of course, all of this is built on the assumption that the US remains committed to European defense, but at the same time, Europeans gradually take on a bigger burden for their own defense. Now, what I would like to ask you is, how do you see this dilemma, I would say, that on the one hand, Europeans are now trying to do everything possible to keep the US engaged, just because our security is dependent on the US contribution, and there is no way to quickly reduce the dependence. It takes time. But at the same time, we do need to prepare for a reduced US commitment in European defense. I'm afraid this is something that Trump or no Trump, this is the long-term trend. The US does not wish to be as much committed to European defense as it has been in the past. And we have also heard discussions recently on burden shifting. So it's no more burden sharing, but now the necessity is to talk about shifting more burden on the Europeans. So what does this mean, how to manage this dilemma, and then also if you can say a bit more about how the EU comes into the play here and what are the common defense capabilities that have to be or could be developed with EU support among member states collectively.
Yeah. Well, always when you have a new incoming administration, they're gonna rewrite the national security strategy, and that work, as I understand, is well under its way. I think they're also being worked right now of overseeing the U.S. defense posture on a global basis, and as you also know, they're also reviewing the Pentagon's budget and so forth, and that is normal when you have an incoming administration. Now, what we also have to take into account that we had this pleasure of having an increased U.S. presence after the full-scale invasion broke out as well, and so somewhere between 85,000 and 100,000, and as being a die-hard Atlanticist, I think it's great, and I always welcome to have as much defense postures from the US inside Europe, but I do understand that the facing threat for US much more is in the Indo-Pacific and predominantly in China. So at least I'm mentally prepared that we might not be able to keep as much US hardware on the European continent as we would like to. Now, a few things what I think we need to be clear as Europeans as well. If we want to preserve a US engagement into our region, then there's a few things we can do. One is to break our addiction, because right now we are addicted to US military power. And I think it was Hegseth himself who said he doesn't want dependence, he wants allies. So I think that taking a larger responsibility and showing that we're serious, that strengthens NATO, and I think it's good for US continued engagement into the region. The other aspect, if we want the Americans to be interested in our acute problems, which is Russia, then if we want them to be interested in our problem, we better be interested in theirs as well. And of course, as I said, I think that the Americans have been quite clear that they see the facing threat is really China, and therefore there's two ways we can do that. One is, of course, making sure that we take a larger responsibility for European security, still keeping Article 5, keeping US military presence, but maybe a modified US presence. So they have a possibility also to grab it toward the Indo-Pacific. The other thing is, of course, that we have to be engaged in one way or another in the Indo-Pacific region. I've been myself 4 times to the Indo-Pacific region since I became a minister. I always go to Shangri-La dialogue. We have drafted a bilateral Indo-Pacific defense policy strategy and so forth. So I think those things are also important in order to make sure that we show that we are good and effective allies that have a unity of purpose with the Americans. And so that will be my few reflections. Now, on the EU, where the EU can make a difference. Of course, no one is talking about the EU these days duplicating the command structures of inside NATO. NATO is doing much better than it did a few years ago. And the nucleus of that is, of course, the new defense plans, the 3 ones. They left the graduated response plans to do 3 threat-based plans, and to make our focus right now is to make sure that those defense plans are strong and that they are executable and that NATO can deter and defend. And the EU, especially on R&D, on defense industrial production, on technology and military mobility can play a very important role. We have, of course, been using the transport corridors, the CEF program, which the EU finances, and I think those are some of the aspects as well that the EU can enable the military build-up of the member states with its special competences.
Thank you, and thank you also for bringing in the Indo-Pacific. I'd love to get more into that if we will have time, but first I want to focus more on Europe and the EU. As we have been discussing earlier today, there are still differences between member states when it comes to threat perceptions, and you stressed the very high level of defense spending in the Nordic-Baltic region and Poland, also the very high levels of military support to Ukraine by countries in our region. But we all know that in southern parts of Europe, the picture is different, and it is not so easy to persuade all European countries to contribute more to defense and to do it quickly and to do more to support Ukraine. So what I would like to ask you, I mean, what more can countries in the Nordic-Baltic region do to persuade all member states to follow our example? We are trying the best we can with providing an example. But what are the arguments? What are the things that we can do to have more solidarity in Europe on defense?
Yeah, of course, defense investments are symptoms, and they're symptoms of shifting threat perceptions for sure. I've been, just to be crystal clear, then of course the Latvian border and the Finnish border and the Estonian border, that's all EU borders as well, which carries a lot of responsibility, not just for NATO, but also for EU. I think there are promising things that came out of the Niinistö report, who also talked about civil preparedness and making sure also that the EU as an institution and organization have thought things through about Article 42.7, about Article 3.222, and what enormous consequences it would have for both the EU and NATO if they would be exposed for an armed attack. I think that is just the failure of imagination of not having thought through that. I think that means that all of us are going to swim or sink together, just so we're clear on that. The other one, of course, is also to make sure that, and which I think now that the EU has opened up for, and that is the 800 billion euros. That's the small caveat of that. That's pending national decision, of course. So this is enable the EU, but there's no escape from. Now we have the tools to invest more into defense. There is a healthy pressure also, I think, for us to do that. And the new administration is very clear in that. And then I think we should pick up the torch and make this a moment where Europe right now can be a force for good by having more resource strong and by taking a larger responsibility for its own security. And this must be a common and joint endeavor as well. I think that there will be, and I think that the countries who are not yet at 2% right now, I think there's nine allies. They do feel the pressure and the expectation in a way that they haven't done before as well. So I think peer pressure could be another one that also could incentivize countries to step up their defense investment as well.
Thank you. In a moment, I will invite also the audience to pose questions, and I remind everyone that there is also the possibility to submit questions via Slido. But first, I have still one more question myself. Minister, Ukraine is a country that has a very fast developing defense industry. It's been amazing over the past couple of years. And Ukraine is also becoming gradually integrated into EU defense cooperation. And there is a lot of potential there. It's interesting from the viewpoint of European defense capability. It is also interesting from the viewpoint of how the European Union enlarges and approaches candidate countries, and whether defense can be a successful area of gradual integration of a candidate country is something that we are also observing in the case of Ukraine. But so my question is how do you see this potential to integrate Ukraine into EU defense cooperation, and what does Ukraine have to contribute to European defense in future?
Sure. If I would single out one thing that I would like to use the EDIP, as it's called, that to be using it, it would be to invest into Ukrainian defense industry, both because we know that they can absorb billions of euros, which will lead to increased manufacturing and production of defense equipment inside Ukraine. And of course, Ukraine today is the biggest producer of any country in the world for its own armed forces. About 50% right now of everything it's using is produced inside Ukraine. So that will be the first, and let's use the EDIP to that. The other one is that the Ukrainians have shown that they know something that we have had a harder problem doing and that is scaling up volumes and production. Just to give an example of it, I've been briefed by the Ukrainians on this. They went from about 100 companies to 800 companies. They privatized their whole industry pretty much, and what happened, as far as I understand right now, that prices are actually lowering inside Ukraine. And I think they've been able to transform their whole industrial landscape into supporting its armed forces. Now, what we have done inside Europe of the rest is different. If I see the largest manufacturer of defense industry, and the challenge that we're having right now is that we're actually being outproduced by the Russians, and that's something that keeps me awake at night, that Russia produces much more defense equipment than the whole EU does as well. So what happened so far is that many of the companies have gone up to 5 shifts, and they are doing some increase in production, but not nearly enough. So we have inside Europe right now a defense industrial base made for peacetime situation. And therefore, if we can align the Ukraine industry and we can partner up with the Ukraine industry, I think there's many things we can learn about scaling up and about doing volume and cutting the delivery times as well. Of course, the last point of that is, of course, that Ukraine is so rich on data from the battlefield. There's an enormous amount of things that we can learn from that. Sweden has sent a lot of its platforms to Ukraine. We at least 10 or 15 different platforms that we produce. And of course, we learn from that as well when we become battlefield tested. And the Ukrainians are really masters on innovation. So that's a few of the incentives why I think really why we should try to integrate the Ukrainian defense industry into the European. And the most low-hanging fruit, of course, is that the Ukraine should become member of EU and NATO as well, and therefore shoring interoperability and standardization also the Ukrainian defense industry. I think it would be a good thing.
Thank you. Now, questions from the audience. I think Stephen Blockmans was first, please. I will collect a few.
Thank you very much, Minister Stephen Blockmans, ICDS in Tallinn and SEPS in Brussels. I was struck by your categorical exclusion of a more unified command and control mechanism within the European Union context. You firmly placed it within NATO. Do you not see any merit in upgrading it in the European Union context, and in particular through the MPCC for executive operations?
Thank you. The lady over here, please. Do you hear me? And please introduce yourself.
Minister, many thanks for your very structured presentation. My name is Ina Steinbuk. I'm professor of the Latvian University, and I would like to raise a question linked to military industry, defense industry. You just told us very convincingly that about the experience of Ukraine, but Ukraine is in a very stressful situation in the war. I'm wondering what can Scandinavian countries and Baltic countries do more to effectively use the new opportunities coming from European Commission rearm initiative, from enlarged fiscal space. In which direction should we look at, and what is the Swedish experience? How large actually is your defense industry in Sweden? Thank you.
Thank you. And I take a third question. Yes, from the back.
Thank you. My name is Kristaps Naglis. I'm a student from Greek Graduate School of Law. And Minister, you mentioned the NATO's Baltic Sentry, which of course is crucial to protect the critical infrastructure in the Baltic Sea. But my question is, are there any taken additional measures to ensure the security in these waters to prevent possible Russian sabotage or interference of sorts? Thank you.
So we had three different questions. Minister, over to you.
Sure. Thank you. Well, then in regards to the command structure, I think that time is of the essence right now, and I think that the division of labor between the EU and NATO is much more clear now than it was a few years ago, because NATO did this reform. Of course, there was the threat-based space, then it was NATO's new force model, and then it was the C2 questions, and I think that the complementarity between EU and NATO become clear then. Of course, I visited the MPCC, and we have 2 officers who are based there. But I think instead of duplicating those structures, where I could see where we could have maybe having adjustments would be on situational awareness, and that there would be the fusion centers between EU and NATO. There I could see more structures being built up inside the EU. But on the military structure, I think what we need to focus on then is what's called the Berlin Plus, clearer. That is, of course, a European chain of command inside NATO, and we are, of course, using that for Althea. But I think that is much better spent time than duplicating, because we are in a shortage of staff officers, which we just can't build up the duplicating structures. The other one is, of course, that when it comes to collective defense and why our preference is NATO is, of course, because of the United States, but it's also because of the United Kingdom as well, that and Norway, and therefore my preference would be to strengthen the European pillar inside NATO rather than to have new structures inside the EU for that. The EU, of course, has its merits when it comes to MPCC, but that's for crisis management operations and out-of-area operations such as Aspides or the training missions that it does on the UTM and so forth. So in regards to what we can do to support the MB8 and what we can do to support the Ukrainians, we are using the fact that for being a small to medium-sized country inside the EU, defense industry is an area where we punch above our weight, because there's no other country of 10 million who can design submarines, fighter aircrafts, IFVs and APCs, and so we have a strong defense industrial base, and what we use it for is to as I said, to procure things directly from our defense industrial base and send it directly to the Ukrainians. And we did a review and audit of what can we provide commercial off the shelf within 24 months, and found out there's billions of euros that we can actually use that for, because we're all running low on our stocks. And the other one, and even maybe better, is sometime investing straight into the Ukrainian defense industry as well. So, but we are also stepping up, and all the Swedish defense companies are of their major size are also increasing in their production capacity as well. Now, also last questions there are in regard to Baltic Century and what's being done. I would say quite a lot. We had a steep learning curve over the years, because there's been many incidents with cables that's have been affected. This could be for energy or communication, for example. And so I think there's work to be done at home there with what's called in the American interagency process, that all the actors are collaborating inside your country. Or that you have a strong public-private cooperation, because many of the cables are actually in the hands of private companies. And then there is the international collaboration. We have been greatly helped by the Baltic Century, and we've been quite operational when these things happen. I think me and Andres talked like 10 times on the same day when we had the incident. Just was it on Christmas Day? I think it was when we had the cable was impacted, for example. So then you also have. So I think we're learning. There is of course good structures being built up at Marcom where you also have focus on how we can protect the seabed infrastructure. And also the Joint Expeditionary Force has a quite important role as well, who does things in parallel with NATO. Last point I think on that is important, that all countries around the Baltic Sea have the same kind of interpretations about the convention of the law of the sea, and what we can do and what we cannot do as well. And I think there's some room for improvements there as well when it comes to the legal aspects of how to handle these matters.
Thank you, Minister Jonsson. I'm afraid our time is up. Thank you so much for sharing your insights. I want to end with a positive note. We have a new age as a theme of today. One area where I believe we also have a new age is cooperation among the Nordic Baltic countries. And so it was great to have you involved in our discussions, and great to see that indeed the views of the Nordic Baltic countries are very close, and the coordination and cooperation is closer than ever, especially in the field of security and defense. So thank you once again.
Well, thank you very much for having me on, and I couldn't share the assessment more than that. Let's make sure that the Nordic Baltics become a really hard target, and now when we all have NATO's common defense planning, and we're all EU members as well and NATO members to build on. So thank you so much for having me on today.
Thank you.
You're up there.
Sorry, just one more thing, practical announcement. Now it is lunch break, and after that there will be 2 parallel sessions in different rooms, which I hope somebody will help you to find. Thank you.
How is it?
Some other mic?
No. Yeah, should work. Okay.
Yeah.
Dear Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, esteemed panelists, welcome. I hope you had a good lunch. And let's try to make this session dynamic and interesting so that we don't have this post-lunch sleepiness. My name is Federica Prandin, and I'm a research fellow at the Finnish Institute of International Affairs, where I deal with the global politics of the energy transition and climate policy. It's an honor for me to moderate this session on the new age of clean industries. We gather at a pivotal moment when the EU's path to sustainable development is being shaped by increased global competition and the urgent need to decarbonize. At the same time, the international landscape is changing. We see increased global geopolitical tensions, rising protectionism. News of yesterday, Trump announced 20% tariffs on EU imports. Brussels is trying to strategically link green policy to economic renewal, or as some mentioned today, reindustrialization, in order to answer to these changing developments. And of course, this process entails some risks, but also some opportunities that we will look into with our panelists today. But let me make some premises. First, we need to acknowledge a change in strategic considerations, especially after the disruptions of recent years, not least with the energy crisis. The EU Green Deal in 2019 had as the main focus an ambitious climate agenda. In 2023, we saw the Green Deal Industrial Plan and the most recent Clean Industrial Deal
signaling a stronger emphasis on industrial competitiveness. This evolution raises a vital question. How do we balance green ambition with industrial strength? Second, the time is really running out and the stakes are high. As we have seen with 2024 being the first year to exceed 1.5 degrees above pre-industrial levels, the climate crisis demands immediate and decisive actions. Yet we need to ensure that our industry stays competitive at the global level and in a situation where the EU is already lagging behind, especially in a clean tech market. Third, our session is about solutions. So we will look at the challenges, but also at the opportunities and at the strategic actions that the EU and member states should prioritize. And we will also have a sneak peek at the external dimension of the clean industrial deal, because the EU cannot decarbonize alone. It needs to strengthen its strategic partnerships. So, to say it in a few words, our goal today is to understand how the EU can deliver on both a thriving economy and a sustainable planet. Easy task. We will try to achieve this goal with our three excellent panelists. Edmonds Tseporitis, Chairman of the European Affairs Commission of the Saeima of the Republic of Latvia. Christian Egenhofer, Senior Research Associate at the Florence Schools of Transnational Governance at the European University Institute and Associate Senior Research Fellow at CEPS. And last but not least, connected remotely is Michal Baranovsky, Undersecretary of State for the Ministry of Economic Development and Technology of the Government of Poland. So let's begin by exploring the core of our conversation. What are the challenges and opportunities of linking sustainability and competitiveness? And in your view, can the clean industrial deal deliver and balance both? I will ask this question to all our panelists, starting from Edmonds. I hope you can bring some political perspective and in particular some insights into how different political choices might play out, especially with scenarios on sustainability.
Yes, thank you very much for the floor. I actually always try to balance my previous background coming from environmental science with the new background in politics. Because in some ways, when we talk about balancing sustainability with competitiveness or welfare, there's a very natural complementarity there. Like most of the sustainability challenges are related to some sort of harms that could happen to societies, to economies, to different sectors of the economy in either way. So in a way, it's very much also taking care of the resilience of the economy where environmental systems are a natural part of that. And some of them, of course, are global, where we play a role as Europe, while the effects are created by others as well. In some cases, they are local, in very simple cases as fish stocks and other areas of EU policy. But in this question, I think what is very useful is to go away a bit from this distinction or this sort of false contradiction that, for example, energy policy would have completely different goals for competitiveness and sustainability. As it happens, Europe is not the most rich continent of fossil resources. Here we are in Latvia, which actually extracts zero fossil resources. But in the larger scale, also in Europe, the only way how we can continue driving our economy on fossil resources is to continue our dependencies. So in that way, there's a lot of overlap with the climate policies, especially, and the energy transition that needs to happen. And of course, we have also developed our clean tech industries, and I agree, we are not at the first places everywhere anymore as we used to have, but I think that's still one of the areas with the most potential. So I think one aspect how to sort of balance this is find these areas where that complementary is the strongest. And I think then it comes not much about political choice between the sources of energy, but design, including electricity markets and other areas, as it's already highlighted in the plan for affordable energy. And I think they're the best way how to gain social acceptance for all of the energy transition plans. It hasn't changed that much since the introduction of the European Green Deal, but maybe those missing links are more important. And the missing links are that the consumers and businesses don't pay for all the needs of the transition and to the sense that they have, and also that they don't bear the costs of the volatility that is created mostly by the fossil fuels. And in that sense, I think I would just use the term that probably encompasses that there has to be more of the subsidy part in energy transition, especially investments in the grids and interconnectors. And most of these costs should be taken out of the electricity bills. They are to some extent already, of course, but I think that's the main way where we see that more and more investment in this transition would more or less achieve the same transition as we established our fossil fuels-based energy system, which of course also was subsidized in many ways. And then just to briefly touch on there, of course, other areas of sustainability which are concerned to biodiversity, and there I think that pressure on competitiveness is not as strong as the risks that we are facing. But that opens a very broad topic, and for the first comment, I'll stop there. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Edmund. I would turn to Michael's perspective, building on Edmund's answer. Could you bring a viewpoint, perhaps a more concrete one, or going deeper into the practical implications when it comes perhaps to the role of industries, given your background and role as Undersecretary of State?
Thank you very much. First of all, let me say that I really wish I could be with you. I'm talking to you from the Baltic coast of Gdańsk, and with quite a nice guitar right behind me. But that's a little bit just to distract from the environment around. So I wish I was with you, but I'm really glad to join the panel. I hope to bring a little bit more of the competitiveness perspective as well, as this is what I'm dealing now with in my current role. But of course, it's so closely connected to, it's just an approach. And you ask the questions that maybe I can address. I mean, the first speaker, and again, it's so much easier to talk when we are together, mentioned the need for energy transition. And we all know that, but I would just, what I see in a very practical, everyday perspective of meeting with businesses, both in Poland and across Europe, where now, while we are sharing, when we are hosting the EU Council presidency, we hear this perspective from across the EU. The key challenge that all of the businesses come to us with is the cost of energy. We all know the statistics. The energy costs in Europe are multiple of those in the United States. In China, they are driving some of the more energy intensive industry out of Europe. So, but as it was already said, this is not a call for switching to fossil fuel. Is a call to speed up our energy transition. But but with very much a focus on the energy costs. Otherwise, we will be really losing the competitiveness. That's the other piece to it, of course, is the global environment. And I don't mean the climate change that we are all seeing, unfortunately, too clearly, but also the global, the regulatory environment. And here is, I would put this as a challenge to our panel. I do not have the answer. How we maintain the lead and making sure that our economic partners, both across the world, let's not pick on anyone, continue continue to focus on climate objectives when we see, at the very least, in the United States, a huge push for deregulation, but also stepping back from climate objectives. This is perhaps an area where not the transatlantic, but other links could provide more of the leadership. Here, Europe has done so much, both in terms of changing how we operate, but we bore a lot of the costs. So making sure that these sacrifices, the necessary sacrifices, are not in vain. And it's connected to the third piece that I hear more and more in the EU Council as well, which is perhaps the most controversial, and I'll perhaps stop here. And it's still very early on. The discussion is not yet even out fully in the open, but there are questions coming from various parts of the Union about whether all the commitments, perhaps with the particular focus on the speed of implementing ETS2, but some of the other ones as well, whether that's the pace at which those commitments, those decisions have been made, whether the pace should continue. So I'll leave this as a sort of a hanging question for us to discuss. And maybe you just finish, because you have raised also in your introduction Clean Industrial Deal, and we can talk more about this. An initiative that was very much welcomed by most member states, including Poland in our role as the EU Council presidency. Yet at the same time, I don't think that it was seen as as such a huge deal shift or such a huge shift that really puts us on a very clear path where decarbonization and reindustrialization have been achieved. That's at least the assessment that I'm getting from both other countries, but also from businesses that are looking at what has been decided. Good beginning, but certainly we need further steps. Thanks.
Thank you. Let's now turn to Christian. Feel free to integrate your insights, perhaps even into energy policy and lead markets, because I know that these topics have been under your radar, and try to make sense with all the pieces of the puzzle that came out in the previous remarks.
Yeah, thank you. I had prepared a few comments, but I just take them aside. Would like to comment on what I've heard this morning, but also right now. Now, the first point is, it's quite interesting when you're discussing energy in an economic context, the room is packed. everybody's interested. If you come foreign policy, then they all probably are enlargement and somewhere else. So it's quite an interesting experience, and perhaps over time there is more linkages between the two. Let me try one point on the linkages between security and energy, which is not discussed, certainly not in the Brussels bubble, and to my knowledge also not in other parts. There is a couple of really very strong links between the hard security element, and the first is, and energy, the first is the wars for the next 50 years will be all fought on the basis of oil products. We need, we cannot move out of oil because we need them. So we need also strategy. Where are our refineries? Where is our logistics? Where are our supply chains in case of defense or war? So this will stay with us for a long time, and I see nowhere a planning, a discussion. The second element also, which is experienced by Ukraine, is the protection of centralized energy sources is very, very difficult. Decentralized is much more resilient now, and that sheds a big light on nuclear, for example. How do you protect nuclear? Yes, you can put a few Patriots up, but it makes it more expensive. The same is true, of course, for the energy island we're building in the North Sea. To protect this will be very, very expensive against war. So we need to think about this. And the third is the electricity system protection. We all think about cyber, etc. But you talk about technology dependence, you talk about AI, cloud computing. All of that stuff needs to be part of the European control. Otherwise, we are completely dependent. Our system will be collapsed, can be switched off. Even the windmill, it seems. I don't know whether this is true, that you can switch them off if they are Chinese-made. So these are whole areas which need to be brought into the debate. Maybe next year, Carlis, making a plea here for being re-invited. Now, let me now pick up a point, Edmunds, you said, for a long time, European climate policy was a story of subsidies. Renewables, great story, but we spent about 1 trillion consumers' money, me as an electricity consumer, going to the producers for the renewables. Now they are there, but that was a transfer. By the end of the ETS1, we probably have spent about 1 trillion free allocation to industry. Now, that money is gone. It's not going to be in the coffers of the governments, which we are now trying to assemble the money. Now, you mentioned the grids. The Commission has come up with this figure of 600 billion for grid investment. It's exaggerated, I guess. The governments tend to overstate it a bit, but it's a big sum. You want to subsidize this. This is a lot of money. The same is true. There was a new report by ASO today, but also the Draghi report, very, very clear. In our electricity system, we may have occurring 100 billion costs for flexibility, to balance the system per annum if we don't change that. Now, how can you subsidize this? This is a lot of money. So I would be very careful to say we need to work more on subsidies. A lot of member states, certainly in the south, simply don't have the fiscal capacity. And now even Germany may run out of fiscal capacity after the latest move. Now, let me just maybe also say a few comments on the energy prices. I have now been hearing for 5-7 years our energy prices are too high. Yes. But, what do we do? That's the big question. And, but let me maybe first say the energy prices of the US are extremely low. Excessively low because of the fracking and the export controls, etc., etc. No way we will be able to match them. In China, everything is subsidized, including energy. So how do we want to match this? And it's quite interesting when you read the Affordable Energy Action Plan of the Commission, I think one of the better documents, there are really no short-term options. There are a little bit, you can take, exempt industry from the grid costs, but that will not really reduce the electricity prices. It will just stop the increase or maybe balance out the increase. I don't see this, I don't see any of the short-term issues, but happy to discuss. Europe also in the future will be energy short, normally. That's all the studies I've seen. And we will be high energy price area. But that's not true for all of Europe. That's not true of all of Europe. We have a big problem in Northwest Europe. And remind you, for 200 years, industry has been following the cheap energy. And that was, first in the south of Germany and then a rural area and Poland and you name it. But that's done, and now the cheap energy is not in Northwest Europe any longer. We have cheap energy in the Nordics, which is around, German industry says we need about 40 euros per megawatt hour. At the moment in Northwest Europe it's more like 80. But in the Nordics you can get there. You can get there in the Iberian Peninsula. And sort of Southeast Europe, Black Sea, Baltic Sea, you're somewhere in the middle. But North Europe will not be a cheap energy area. So, do we want to continue this outflow of massive money into subsidizing, or do we want to use it for adapting to the structural change? Now, of course, it's easy for me, and then I stop. She gets wrinkles on the forehead. And then I stop. It's easy for me as an analyst to say this. It's very difficult for you as a politician to deal with this. I fully appreciate that. But I just wanted to make this point. I don't envy you. Thank you.
Perfectly on time.
Thank you.
So we have talked finances, and we have seen different positions on subsidies, on who needs to pay for the transition. This reflects also the different interests and positions of EU member states. So in my next question, I would like to understand, given all these complexities, and even this morning, Commissioner Dombrovskis mentioned that national industrial policies can go in different directions, and that would clearly be a problem for European cohesiveness. What are some solutions or strategic actions that the EU and member states should prioritize in order to make this balancing act effective? And feel free to touch upon concrete policy instruments. And I would like to start with Michal, and then turn to Edmunds, and finally to Christian, who will give us perhaps again some strategic actions in terms of external dimension, and in particular when it comes to the clean trade and investment partnership, this so-called. Michal, the floor is yours.
Thanks. Well, this is extremely hard balance to strike, and connecting to the previous speaker. I mean, it's hard for politicians, it's hard for ministers, but it's really most tricky. It's for businesses, and it's not about whether we win or lose the next election. It's whether Europe remains with an industrial base, or harder question perhaps, what kind of industrial base should Europe have? And I can, the focus that I see in my conversations with other member states is very much on energy-intensive industry. We are losing steel industry. There is challenges with chemical industry. And this is, by the way, and I will add another hard balancing act. Some of this heavy industry is absolutely necessary if we if we want to have the defense transition in Europe, given the threat, given now the money, we are all super focused on building European defense industry. I don't have to explain this in Riga. I don't have to explain this in Warsaw. And it's actually the consensus on this is there. And we haven't had yet a difficult conversation on what industrial base we need to have and what we know that we need to have full supply chains when it comes to defense industry in Europe. But what does it actually mean when it comes to other policy areas, when it comes to energy, and when it comes to climate policy? So very, this is still very much in the making. My second point would be on the fiscal space and the question of subsidies that has been raised. This is something that is a significant part, or significantly mentioned in the Clean Industrial Deal. Now, of course, that's not a silver bullet at the very least. Different countries have different fiscal spaces. There are very small countries that have very little fiscal spaces. My country has some, but not too much. And then Germany is now going to enter at least when it comes to infrastructure and defense, a very large project. Anyways, there are a number of countries that have larger fiscal space. That is not, unless we are ready to move this conversation and the costs at the European level, fiscal space would not be a solution. I'll mention a third thing that is a partial, and that is a particular Polish angle or perhaps French angle and a few other, but it's certainly not a short-term solution. It's just part of a transition, energy transition, which is reinvesting and rethinking nuclear power, which is of course carbon neutral in that in a marginal energy production. But that's not something that even here where we have projects that are being launched, we are still talking about a decade before we have a decade at best before we have something operational. But that's another piece that Europe should consider even more, perhaps invest even more, along with investment in wind power and other renewables. Again, transitioning as fast as we can, because, and I'll finish with this, it is not so easy to imagine European economy that is already lagging behind in many ways, in competitive terms, behind US, behind China and others, if we remain the high energy price area for a very long time. I'm yet to hear a good cohesive answer what European economy like this would look like, especially in a moment where we are meeting, 2 days after US Liberation Day, so to say, with high tariffs, where the global economy is more and more fragmented. Let me pause here. Thanks.
Thank you, Michal. Let me turn to Edmund asking the same question, and also remind the audience that after these remarks, there will be a possibility to ask your questions, both here in the room and online through Slido. Christian, the floor is yours. Edmund, sorry.
Right, so actually I have a chance now to come a bit back on what is the way to the goal that we have to these low energy prices. And I think there's, first option is to sort of admit that we're not going to have low energy prices and then leave that as a goal. And I don't think that's an option because of the large, as was mentioned, the industry always follows the low energy costs. And then the second road is maybe we can go back to cheap fossil fuels that we import from Russia or then somewhere else, and I don't think that part is an option. Certainly not from Russia, and I don't think there's enough fossil resources, frankly, in the next few years for everyone to sort of do the same. At least in Europe, we don't have enough. Maybe some countries nationally at their national borders would have that. And so that leaves, easier to answer than to the question, what are the actions? Like first is to continue the path to use the cheap prices of renewable energy sources, and then adjust, other things that we have concerning the grids and concerning also the markets, so that we can fully use that. Because as we currently see here, the region with the cheapest electricity is the Nordic region, which has for a long time subsidized these sources, that has for a long time had energy taxes on the fossil fuels, and has had, I think, in many ways, a model framework for the EU. I agree, and I'm quite weak on the details. I don't know the specifics of the densely populated and dense industry regions, and I can't answer all of these questions, but for the broad framework, I think that should be the goal, to extract all the cheap prices we can from these renewable energy sources and the industries that we have developed for that. And I think there's a bit more case maybe for optimism there. And concerning the level of subsidies or the level of investment that would have to happen anyways, I think attracting the industry and developing the industry is the answer for that, because the price of not doing that, I think, is just higher. Of course, I don't have all the numbers here, but I think we do need to have, I fully agree, those lower prices. And not to go into all the possible funding sources, then maybe some of the priority actions are the ones that don't cost that much. One of those is, I think, mentioned quite often, is clarity and trustworthiness of the energy policies across the EU, but also in the member states separately, so that the plans we set out are based well enough that everyone knows they will not change in the broad strokes. That gives you more confidence to have the investment also for the private sector. And the second one I would mention is how to use the existing investment more efficiently, and maybe leave a bit aside the electricity part, is also, for example, go to heating in other areas with energy efficiency. There's still a lot more that can be done in increasing the social acceptance and the sort of demand side solutions that we ask from the people, for example, in renovating the houses and other areas. And also the social acceptance of these building the wind farms or solar farms or others, and perhaps by using smarter instruments to get that acceptance, we can shorten the permit time and lower the costs there as well. Of course, there's a wide list of other priorities, but I think first we need clarity and some political work, I would say, with our societies that actually costs the least and can save us costs in other areas.
Thank you, Edmunds. And I will just make these quick remarks that on clarity and social acceptance, or let's say the social dimension of this whole conundrum, I would say the CID is lacking. We have seen that most of the initiatives are a plan for initiatives. So clarity, let's see. And the social dimension, at least for now, is limited to the reskilling and, let's say, high-quality jobs. So there is much to do on these two dimensions if they are to be solutions. But let me turn to Christian. So I would like now to, if you have some reactions, feel free to react. But I would like you to bring a bit more clarity on these clean and trade and investment partnerships. What is their potential, and what are the current uncertainties surrounding them?
Yeah, thank you. Edmund, I think permitting is absolutely key, but the EU has done what it could do. You know, it has given all the framework, and actually in Germany, for once, they have implemented this, and there is onshore wind is being built again, because the permitting has been speeded up. And that's the key issue. Onshore wind is so much cheaper than offshore wind, but then it takes political will to get this through. And if this is not happening, it's not happening. I mean, this is really member states now what to do. And you know, you mentioned the Nordics, absolutely right, but they're fantastically endowed by onshore wind, which is cheap, and they're fantastically endowed by Norwegian hydro, which brings the systems costs down. And that is already used up for data centers mainly, not for industry, unfortunately. And in the future, there is no more hydro available. So that's why the so-called long-term contracts, the PPAs, are going down, because the cheap options are already used. So when the Commission tells us this is a great solution, yes, but the future is we have more expensive solution in the future. Now, I think it's you know, Mikael, I think it's great the way you frame it, what kind of industrial base we want, because the Commission usually says, you know, we want low carbon, resilient, and cheap. You know, I'm not convinced that you get all the three at the same time, and so you need to take a decision. And you know, I think there is an issue of energy-intensive industries, not cement, because cement can be decarbonized and the CBAM protects them quite well, but we have an issue with steel and especially chemicals. Now, if you look at chemicals, that Germany was producing about 60% of the European fertilizers is maybe not the best sort of future-proof. Yes, there should be fertilizers in Europe, but it was a bit excessive. So in a way, some of the stuff maybe going down is not so dramatic. Now, when you look at steel, is important, but the really important industry is the car industry, which is 10 times more in terms of GDP addition. So, you know, so where is Europe really competitive? I think the future is bioeconomy, electricity systems, equipment, you know, so everything engineering, high-tech with AI and high-tech. Aerospace and now defense is a typical where we are good. Everything with circularity, resource efficiency. I mean, cement will certainly stay. So you know, we probably need to look a bit where is the future, given the prices of the energy, which we can affect a little bit, but not totally. And so where will be the future? And how can we then save the steel to the extent we need it for the resilient for all of this? Now, but let me finish then finally the word we have not really mentioned here, or it has been mentioned before. Of course, you know, the Draghi report showed the weakness is not the climate policy, the weakness is not, yes, the energy prices, but not the climate policy, but it's the productivity gap, the absence of the internal market, that we have huge barriers to the internal market. We keep repeating the internal market for 450 million, which is not existing. And let me make a guess, there's probably barriers between the Baltic states. I would not be surprised to find some of them, but I'm not a specialist there. And then the over-regulation of bureaucracy. I mean, these are areas we can affect. Labor costs were mentioned somewhere this morning. These are areas we can really do something, education, training, to make the economy more fit. Now, finally, really finally, Federica, you know, but Draghi made very clear two big messages. EU rules and EU money. And what I heard here, and about here all the time, is all about EU money. And we don't talk about EU rules. And the litmus test is really the capital markets union, you know? And unless we, Europe, and here a plea to Michael and his colleagues, again, not easy, if we don't get to more European markets, you know, it will be very, very difficult, but this means swallowing hard things.
You're not just asking for more EU money because it will be deployed inefficiently. And you want to subsidize a lot. You know, you better be efficient when you subsidize.
Thank you, Christian. I would turn to the audience and ask you if you want to bring in your questions, comments, and if you have questions for specific panelists, please state so at the beginning. Louise?
Let me switch on so that the online guest can also hear us. Louise van Schijk from Klingenau Institute in the Netherlands. Yeah, thank you for these excellent contributions. I wanted to ask to you, Christian, you speak about this continued reliance on oil and for the petrochemical industry. At the same time, we saw with the energy crisis that we spent, I think in 2022, more than 4% of our gross national income on imported oil and gas. We still have fossil subsidies, 111 billion in 2023. And we also saw that the prices of renewables came down. So, yeah, I think for electricity, there is probably still a little bit more we can do. But yeah, how can we, can we with circular economy or innovation or other ways, can we also get rid of these other, let's say, oil dependencies somehow in your view, or do you see it's impossible in the longer term? And then perhaps one other point, if you allow me, is this supply chains with the rest of the world and also the green hydrogen issue. So I tend to agree with, especially with regard to the fertilizer, where there is a huge opportunity for hydrogen and ammonia to produce it. And why do we produce the ammonia, the hydrogen in Morocco, and the fertilizer ingredient? Well, some of it's coming from Russia and Belarus, of course, but also from the Western Sahara, from Morocco. So yeah, should we also have a different vision in let's say, the external dimension of the clean industrial deal on what kind of sectors do we really want to have in Europe, and maybe with servicing industry and through partnerships with third countries we can achieve more than by at a very high cost keeping industries in Europe. So your views on these issues also from Poland, greatly appreciated. Thank you.
Carlis, you had a question as well.
Yes, I do. Thank you so much for really intriguing discussion. Honestly, I know that Christian, you're absolutely right. The panel on the civilian defense is they have full house. It's a smaller room, but still, it kind of shows you. And this is where my question actually comes in, because we have heard a lot of debate, especially in German social democrats are saying that the current situation, we have either guns or butter, right? So we have to choose, either we buy guns or we have to buy, or we put more money into the social system. And now I'm actually thinking, isn't the same choice? The same choices also regarding the climate and clean energies, because it's I don't know, guns versus clean air or something like this. Because this is I'm just looking for a comment, because from where we are sitting, and Edmonds definitely knows this better. In this country, of course, it feels like the climate issues, greening already wasn't very popular, but now it's taking the back seat to the budget of defense and everything else. European Commission, 2 months ago, I was at the European Commission. We were discussing, so what's next for the what's in for the next MFF. How big is going to be the climate? And honestly, they're quite confused themselves, because they're, no, climate is not an issue at the moment. Russia is threatening all us. And then on the other hand, you get a different DG who is like, no, well, climate is going to still be an important thing. Clean industries are going to be still an important thing. And so, from sitting here, that's my question to all three of you. Has the heyday of climate and clean industries, is it over? Is it currently a pause?
Or am I just missing because I live in Latvia and Russia is way too close and we care about defense more than anything else at the moment? It's just my perception, so to speak.
Another question here from the audience. Please go ahead.
Yes, thank you very much. I'm Sophie van Honacker from Maastricht University. I have a question to Christian, because I think you made a very interesting point in the sense that you are linking energy and hard defense. And of course, there seems to be some tensions there. And you were referring to the fact that we very much depend on fossil energy and fossil sources, and yeah, that there are some challenges there. But would you also say perhaps there is an opportunity there? Now that we are going to invest so much in defense, is there not a way also then to work with smart energy solutions? I'm not at all an expert in energy, that's why I'm sitting here. Normally I would go to the other room, but I thought I want to learn more. So I'm very curious about this.
Thank you for the excellent questions. I will turn now to the speakers. For the sake of time, keep your remarks concise. I would say, Michal, go first.
Thanks. Thank you for excellent questions, and Carly, it's good to see you. And Sophie, I don't know if you recall, but it's been a really couple decades. Good to see you online. I wish I was there to catch up. I'm going to focus on Carly's question, but then I think I'm missing a little bit, perhaps, piece of the question from the first question, from the first speaker or the first person who asked the question. So you please correct me on whether clean energy and climate has been overshadowed by our security threats. So there is the positive way to spin it, and I'm realizing I'm spinning in this a little bit, is that, of course, clean industry can be very competitive. And that's certainly in a direction that we should, this is not a spin, this is a real, certainly in which we have to continue and look, and we are also seeing among our economic and maybe even geopolitical competitors, one could think of China, doing very well when it comes to clean industry. Yes, perhaps with a high level of initial subsidies, but now they're just very competitive. So, there is certainly an opportunity here that where there is less and less of appetite or willingness is to bear heavy costs. That's where I see, especially behind closed doors. That's why the energy prices come in as well. But costs for Europe to move, perhaps in view of some even too fast, and therefore passing on those costs of a climate transition to our businesses and to our citizens. It's that's where the guns versus climate could come in. I'm very curious to hear if the answer to the question, which I haven't not thought of, and I guess the way I'm seeing Sophie's question, which is, are there synergies, are there ways to do our defense transition that is, or defense build-up in a way that benefits also our climate goals? I haven't thought about it, so I'm curious to hear about this as well. But certainly, one thing I can confirm is the money is coming. So not only in Germany at a country level, but also at the European level. Besides, of course, each of our defense budgets are growing. So figuring out this nexus would be very interesting. I don't have a good answer to this. I'll be curious to hear it. Thanks.
We have 5 minutes left, so it will be 2.5 minutes. Starting from Christian, I have confidence that you can make it.
Yeah, you know, I don't have. Mikael, there is one area where there is really synergy, and that's the critical raw material. There is competition between renewables and defense. So, you know, then you think about the US Department of Defense, what they have been doing in driving their high tech. And of course, you have synergies probably also on the defense side industry when the money is coming. So let's think about how we can, you know, using this synergy. And I use my last half a minute by saying, you know, that in the past we brought in fossil, added a lot of value and sold the stuff, but now we are moving towards an electrified economy. And China is each year electrifying its economy by 1 percentage point, and Europe is stagnating since 25 years. Let's think about this. And of course, and that's my last sentence promised, on the social element, there will be a lot of structural changes which we cannot imagine yet. And that will, of course, need a lot of money to compensate, to handle the issues, the social issues. There are a lot of new ideas to be brought up, how you do this, that also poorer households can afford the expensive low-carbon technologies. That's an important part, and the ETS too. I'm sure the Polish have already looked into this, how they spent the money from the ETS too for that.
Thank you. And Edmunds, your final remarks, please.
Unfortunately, the only question I can answer is the one posed by Carlos, is the climate policy out? Well, the importance of questions and actions don't decrease whether we put our attention to them or not. And I think the energy is everything in many ways. It has the climate dimension. If it was only about the clean air, maybe it would decrease, but it has, you know, it's a sort of a core element of the Draghi report, as was mentioned. And well, I believe that even if the attention maybe reduces a little bit, we'll still come to find solutions for all the questions we talked about today.
We need to wrap up. Unfortunately, the 60 minutes are over, and we will have a next session after our panel. But I want to thank our 3 guests for the excellent remarks, and perhaps next year we can have a bit of a longer session. And
it's going to be on defense.
And excellent. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Bye-bye.
Okay, welcome back to our final session. We're still, no, now we are in the new age for the EU membership. My name is Barbara Lippert. I'm the Director of Research of the German Institute for International and Security Affairs, and it's my pleasure to moderate this panel supposed to be on a new age for the EU membership, and that basically means we will talk about the enlargement of the European Union. Of course, we've touched upon this topic several times in the course of this conference. And I think this is almost inevitable when we talk about the future of the European Union. And that is, to my mind, not only because of what we now call the Ukraine effect that propelled really enlargement high on the EU's political agenda, where it almost had slipped off over the last decade. I think when we look into the past of European integration, we see that the moment we talk about EU enlargement, some sort of soul-searching starts within the European Union, and there is talk about what is our political identity, what's our mission, what's the purpose of the European Union, why do we try to act together. And I think it's not only a question of cooperation or integration of states, but also of societies. And that is why I'm very happy to be here also in the Latvian Parliament, where, of course, the main audience is the public. And I think we should keep that in mind. When we talk about enlargement, and we saw that already right from the start with the first panel, we talk about all issues of European integration, because enlargement is not a policy area that can be singled out, but it's a horizontal exercise, and it touches upon the constitution of the European Union. Of course, it has a direct impact on all the policies, from single market, agricultural policy, consumer policy, whatever you want to find on the EU's almost state-like agenda. And of course, it has a direct impact on decision-making, on the composition, the size of the institutions. So that's all on our menu for this final session. And it's very good to have three excellent speakers here on the panel that help us dig deeper into all these issues from the world of academia and from the world of politics, practitioners, and those like me who just observe it from the outside and try to make sense of what is happening. And so please welcome the former president of Latvia, Valdis Zatlers. We are very happy to have you here with us. It's quite an honor that you join our discussion and share your experience, but also your views on the future with us. From Warsaw, my colleague Małgorzata Bonikowska. She's the president of the Center for International Relations, CSM, an independent think tank working on international relations, but with a special focus on EU integration, Polish, foreign and European politics, and with a career also in the Polish administration. So she also gives us some insights into the accession processes, and at least as far as the Polish case is concerned. And from Rome, Matteo Bonomi, he's a colleague from the Istituto Affari Internazionali, well-known think tank, and he's the Italian expert on enlargement policy with a special eye, I'd say, on the Western Balkan countries. So that's the panel, and we agreed to have an opening round with interventions around not more than 4 or 5 minutes each. And we want to start with a broader picture. We all know there are a number of countries, 9 to 10, lining up for membership. We shouldn't forget about Turkey. Turkey already applied in 1987 for membership, started negotiations 2005, and negotiations are frozen since, have been frozen since 2018. So quite a different period in the history of the European Union. And then we have 6 countries from the Western Balkans. 4 of them are negotiating with the EU on accession. And these negotiations are very slowly inching forward. And I think we should also talk about why we have this long period of stagnation, and some also say frustration. And then, of course, we have the newcomers, Ukraine, Moldova, and Georgia, due to the full-scale invasion. So that was the turning point for the European Union. I know that Latvia, some other countries have argued for being more open-minded towards these candidacies right from the start, but the EU needed this we called it the wake-up call, finally, to start negotiating, at least with Kiev and Chisinau. So that's where we are, and the EU, of course, sees that all these countries want to join and says, yes, in principle, yes, but. And then a series of criteria and conditions follow. And my first question to you, and I would like to start with President Zatlers, is, do you think that enlargement is really a win-win scenario for the candidates, but also for the European Union? And where do you see opportunities, chances, but also maybe risks for one or the other side? So please.
Thank you very much for giving me the floor. If you look at an enlargement, it's very important to look at this process from the point of reason and purpose. If you go back on the beginnings of the European Union, the reason was the aftermath of Second World War, and the purpose was to create a peaceful continent. And practically, we achieved these goals and lived in a very happy life. Today, the reason is multipolar conflicting in a wild competition world with a lot of unpredictabilities and surprises all along the whole globe. The purpose would be, to create economically strong, militarily mighty, financially stable entity of Europe, European Union. And we should also put in a comparison what is a priority: stabilizing European Union itself, because all its coming up crisis and possible crisis, or to enlarge. And I would say, my priority would be enlargement. And we will fix our problems as we have used to, but enlargement is a step forward to what I said, a very competitive Europe on a global basis. Why there are so many failures and why they are a lot of, let's say, slow steps towards enlargement. The first were the wrong political statements like enlargement fatigue. And that was said by leading European politicians. You know, what's a fatigue? If you have a trouble, you need to act. If you have a plan, action plan, you have to act. Well, nothing to do with fatigue. The second was there will not be, after Croatia, there will not be in enlargement until 2030. It was said many years ago. Absolute mistake, because by every political statement is heard by the politicians, is heard by the population, and this is not a motivating statement. What we have to change, the attitude should change. We should really understand that this is not a process just closing the chapters, and the European Union is acting not even as a teacher, but as an examinator, bureaucratic examinator, closing the chapters in a very slow, bureaucratic way. We should assist these countries. We should give them motivating statements, and that means if that would be nice, that these countries will not expect that the EU is a grandmother giving, some pocket money or giving some nice gifts or candies, but it's more rather than a father and mother taking care. We are interested that you will be a part of the European Union. We show our interest not in words, but also in deeds. That means, we assist you how to close these chapters. It doesn't matter, the sequence of the closing chapters. The most important is to close the last chapter. Because all these ideas, I don't trust these ideas about the partial membership or it's a gradual membership. No, there are two only options: full membership or no membership at all. Okay, there might be some, let's say, processes of more cooperation, but not the question about, some new approaches towards a partial or, let's say, gradual membership. Because what is the motivation? If you talk, I talked to many former leaders of these candidate countries, and when they start criticizing EU, I am really surprised. You want to be in EU, but you go on criticizing and severely criticizing. And I asked the question myself, why it's so? Because we don't send positive signals. More often we send negative signals. And there's no option. Enlargement should be done by all means we have in the European Union. Just a rhetoric question at the end, Try to imagine that Finland and Sweden are not in NATO today. It happened not so long a time ago, but let's say 3, 4, 5 years ago, the description about the proposal to be in NATO, one of my Finnish friends said, it is unnecessary measure. Russia will nuke us immediately. I said they will nuke Finland anyhow if they want to. So we have to understand that the change is very quickly. It happens very quickly, Now today we have Sweden's defense minister, we have Swedish troops here in a short period of time, because all this region has become safer and more stable. And don't forget about financial stability. It's not about enlargement, it's about Europe's future. I'll stop here. I hope 5 minutes is okay.
Thank you. Thank you, President Zatlers. That was a very clear message. Enlargement is a priority, enlargement by all means, and you trust that the EU will function even when it expands. Małgorzata, do you share this view overall?
Yes, good afternoon. Thank you very much for having me at this panel. I come from Poland. As you know, together with Latvia and other countries, we entered the European Union 20 years ago, and we are very happy about it. But there is always a question mark for those who came recently if they want to support another enlargement. It's like, having a big family. 27 is a big family, actually. So it's always a question mark. Imagine that you have in your own family 27 members. And imagine that in your family the parents have to have a decision to have another baby or not. So there are always pros and cons, right, for this, because we would be theoretically happy, but on the other side, there are also costs. We know that it will not be easy. By the way, I would like to ask you, most of you are very young. Are you for enlargement, taking more countries? Yeah? Who is for? Okay, who is against? Let's put it this way. Well, that's optimistic. You know, the paradox is that normally those who are the new in the family, they most likely oppose any newcomers, like nouveau riches, you know, those who are recently in and they want anyone else to continue. Like, for example, those who immigrated themselves very often are anti-immigration because they are very happy already, but they don't want anyone else to come. So I think in this regard, it explains a little bit why enlargement was not really a priority for a long time. And I agree with the statement that with the war in Ukraine, this really changed because of the absolutely extra circumstances. Otherwise, enlargement policy was not really an important policy for years. It's because of this effect, you know, because the big enlargement, 2004, then 2007 with Bulgaria and Romania, and then Croatia 2013, was really a big challenge for the EU itself, and this was also a big challenge, and it still is the case for these countries, for our countries. In our discussions in my country, we stress very often that politically speaking, enlargement happened, but mentally speaking, the Western Europe did not enlarge. I don't know if my colleague from Italy would share it. You know, when there is an important decision to be made, the EU core likes to take decisions themselves. So there is mentally still the division between the EU core and peripheries. And we are used to discuss it, but we forget that time matters. Like you, again, compare it to a family. Imagine that you have a family of 27 members, but of a different age. Do you have your grandmother or your grandfather? 70 years old. Try to convince him or her to do something. He knows better, no? So that's Italy. That's France. That's Germany West. That's Belgium. They are so used, you know, it's Charlemagne also, ethos, it's history. It was more than 1,000 years they were having connections, right? And then they were newcomers, they were different enlargements in 73, the UK, Ireland, Denmark, and then the 80s, and then the 90s, and then us. So the family has members of different age. And by the way, we are like young 20-year-old members of the family. It's not bad. But 20-year-old, you know, try to tell the 20-year-old to do something in some way. Are you 20-year-old, most of you? No? A little bit more? Less? So you know it's this tension in your family. If your mother tells you or father tells you what to do, then you will know the way, right? I mean, we know better, right? So all these tensions are there. And countries of our age, of course, I'm not talking about the statehood. I'm talking only about the time in the organization, right? In the organization. We are not kids anymore. We've learned the rules of the game. When we were 5 years old in the organization, 7 years old in the organization, then we were very easily taking directions. But now we also want to contribute, right? So I think that's the moment where the EU project is now, that with all these members of different age groups, we From one side, we are afraid of more problems because we are having a lot of issues internally in our large family. But on the other side, we are mature enough, all of us, I think, to understand the extra circumstances. And I think the newcomers, Poland included and Latvia included, are very much willing to have new members. Why? Because I think we remember when we were entering, and also we remember now that we need more countries also to build a balance. You know, we are using, as political scientist terms, Easternization of the European Union, meaning that more and more things comes towards the East because of the circumstances, because of war in Ukraine, because of the Eastern flank, which is again on the East. So now the Western Europe looks very much East, because it has to. And also because of the conclusions, what went wrong in 2022 with Russia, that the Eastern flank countries were telling the Western colleagues and Southern Koreans to be careful with Russia, and we were not heard. So now there is more openness to listen to those members of the organization who are younger. But they are adult enough now to participate in the decision-making process. So I think these two things combine give a new energy for the enlargement process, and I think this policy is definitely now very important. It will shape the dynamics of the EU reform in the next 5 years or next decade, with, and I stress, with a very active role of countries of our region. So it's no more that we will just listen or wait for the directions from Brussels. We will try to contribute with our solutions, with our sensibility, with our maybe views. So that's first. Second, I think is we are all aware that it will be a very difficult process. And of course, as you can understand, we compare it again to the family. It's always like we know that the newcomers, especially such a big group, we are talking about 6 countries of the Balkans, plus 3 maybe of Caucasus, or I mean not Caucasus, of Eastern Partnership, let's put it this way, Moldova, Ukraine, and Georgia. We expect a lot of challenges on the way. And I would put these 2 challenges into 2 groups. One group is internal challenges, which, because you know, the family has to adapt to the enlargement as well. It's not only that the country has to adapt, we have to adapt as well. Like in the family, you know, when we expect newcomers, then we have to have rooms, we have to have, you know, place, etc. So same way the EU has to prepare for that. And the treaty, by the way, gives us the chance to do it without opening a new discussion. Legally speaking, it will not be easy, but it's feasible. So we don't need to have any other treaty to make enlargement happening, even if we take all of them. 35. There is a formula. 35 for 35. So 2035, there will be possibly, maybe, enlargement with all these countries. But on the other side, and then I will finish, outside the EU, there is a question mark about security. Because when we entered the EU, the environment was completely different. Russia was not able to stop this process. We didn't have a war. Now, enlargement will be definitely a statement towards Russia, which, as you know, doesn't want Ukraine to go anywhere, doesn't want Moldova to go anywhere, Georgia anyway. We can see in Georgia already, in Moldova, by the way, as well, not only in Ukraine. So by doing that, we have to, first of all, have a very clear position towards Russia. So it's not only about enlargement. We are not in a vacuum. We have to first decide what is our position towards Russia. Russia is not going anywhere. Russia will remain our neighbor. Thank you.
Thank you, Małgorzata. I take up your notion of European family. That notion was also used by Commission President von der Leyen when she made one of the first statements after the full-scale invasion, Russia's invasion of Ukraine, and said Ukraine is already part of the European family. And then, of course, the whole technocratic language followed, candidate status, etc. So I now turn to Matteo, like me, one of the, coming from a founding member state, so old member state in your picture, and less flexible than the energetic new members, which are already for more than 20 years part of the European Union and contribute, of course, in several ways, not always easy ways to policy making. But Matteo, what's your, how do you see the balance of risks, opportunities, experiences, lessons learned? Please.
Thank you, Barbara, and thank you, the organizer, for the opportunity to be here. I mean, it's not nice to be called a new member state, but it's neither nice to be called old, this for sure. Coming to your question, in principle, I mean, clear enlargement could be a win-win solution for both the EU and candidate countries for quite obvious reason of political stability, overall economic gain, and so on. But of course, as always, the devil is in the details. And how very much, I think, will depend on the balance of your enlargement, depending on which kind of enlargement are we discussing. And on this, just make me highlight two key observations. The first observation is that the pace and outcome of your enlargement could vary significantly depending on your approach to enlargement. And in this regard, there is still many questions that remain unanswered. How much gradual the process will be, which will be the timing of the process, which country will be frontlined and which one will be the laggard, how long a transitional period will be given, which kind of relationship will be offered to the one that maybe do not qualify as member, and so on. I mean, all these aspects will clearly have a crucial impact on the credibility and effectiveness of the enlargement process, either facilitating or hindering consensus among the member states. And also, all this will also affect the internal adaptation process of the EU and how much it will be successful in adapting its policy, budget, and decision-making. As a result, the balance of different enlargements, in plural, could be very different. My second observation is not only that I mean, of course, enlargement is a positive-sum game, but cost and benefit of enlargement are clearly very unevenly distributed. So this applies to the member states that that already are showing very different preferences, different support for enlargement, reflecting different expected gains or costs from it. But also this apply to different social groups within the member state and candidate countries that will be an equal burden of this process. And this, of course, could really affect the entire political process of enlargement. And all this bring us again to the question, which kind of enlargement are we preparing? Which are, and how we are planning, which are the mechanisms that we will set in place to compensate the relative loser and to transfer from some of the benefits to them. And I think the conversation on all these aspects it's quite immature still. And this being said, my overall impression is that, to a certain extent, the preoccupation that about the social and economic potential impact of enlargement has been a little bit exaggerated. Probably the Big Bang enlargement has had much bigger social and economic impact that this new enlargement could have. Even if we look at the EU budget, almost all enlargement countries but Ukraine would be negligible. And with Ukraine, that will be more substantial. Europeans will have to bear the cost for Ukraine recovery and reconstruction in any case. So making it outside the best policy framework we have to do that, that is enlargement policy, would be quite quite a mistake, I would say. Beyond that, however, the big challenges are, I believe, the political one. How to maintain cohesion within the European Union, and how to maintain the functioning of its institution even in enlarging union. And we have seen how much European Union institutional architecture have been under pressure in all this year, how much it has failed to renovate. And today, within current geopolitical context, I think it became, a Europe that do not change its institution is completely unsustainable. But of course, this goes far beyond enlargement, but we still have to find how to square this circle.
Yeah. Thank you for this balance sheet, and maybe we come back to the narrative that is now basically used by most of the EU policymakers, that enlargement must be geopolitically driven, and that this is due to the urgency of the geopolitical environment we are now in. Nevertheless, on the first track, there are these cumbersome accession negotiations, and they should be merit-based also for the sake of cohesion, a European Union that can still function, its institutions, etc. So there is a clear trade-off, and it is the art of politics to get around the dilemmas that are entailed in these processes. So, President Zatlers, what do you think? What is to be done within this dilemma? How to navigate? Is it a question only of leadership, or maybe also that you come up with some new ideas and proposals how to do it?
No action is provided without leadership. So the leadership is most essential. But I'll focus on geopolitical purposes. The geopolitical problem is aggressive Russia. That means problems on the eastern border of EU. What is the way out? When I was an experienced politician in 2007, I had a talk in Heritage Foundation, and I think it was in Washington. Mm-hmm. And somebody asked me about Moldova. I said Moldova can't be a neutral country on this definite geographic place. Sooner or later, Moldova will have to take one side or another side. Because if you want to create a peaceful border, you need a direct line without any buffer states or buffer zones. Of course, just after I finished, my foreign policy advisor came up to me and said, "You shouldn't say that." I said, but I am right or not? He said, "You are right, but you shouldn't say it publicly." So it was 15 years ago. Today, Moldova has made a decision. It's not anymore neutral. And if you look at the processes, there are a lot of people in Moldova who have 3 passports: Transnistrian, Romanian, and Moldovan. And they are happy. They are already integrated. They are already, feeling, as Europeans, and they don't wait for political decisions. So it will take time because there's a 50-50 situation in Moldova. We had in Latvia a 50-50 situation 30 years ago. It's nothing new. So, and we survived, and we had our goal to be a part of Europe, and we are today. That's a question about Moldova. Ukraine. you see, I don't agree that we have to talk to Russians what to do with Ukraine. We shouldn't. Because we have done this mistake again and again and again several times. I just remember this Bucharest NATO summit, when Putin was present everywhere, and the main goal of Chancellor and the French President was just to please Putin. It ended up, but then we lost a lot of let's say, momentum in our, let's say, development. And it didn't help us to avoid the war on our borders today. So a lot of questions. Was it right to do in such a way to please Putin, to please Russia? And if we try to please Russia again and again, they take what we offer them, but they don't give anything in exchange. That's why. So we have to have a European strict, plan and strategy what to do with Ukraine. During the war, what are the benefits? With all these refugees and economic relations, Ukraine has become already more or less more integrated in the European structures. I don't mean political and institutional structures, but let's say the business on a community level than before. So I'm not afraid that the Europe will be afraid again of Polish, carpenter, as it was with the Polish carpenter.
Plumber.
Plumber, okay. But nobody saw the Polish plumber in France, It was before.
He was very good looking. I think many people saw the person.
He's French, yeah. He spoke fluently French. So we should not be afraid of that. And let's say, again, now what I say, it's my personal view, if we want a peace on that border, we need Ukraine in NATO. Okay, it will not happen in the next 4 years because of Trump and because of Putin, but direct borderline will keep peace much, much better than some border lines with a buffer zone or buffer country in between. And there were some experts who said, oh, Russia needs a buffer country in between Russia and Europe. Then the question is, why? Why they need a buffer country, Europe doesn't need a buffer country. Europe wants to be, Europe as a whole, as a strong economically, as I said, with the military might and financial stability, So, will it be easy? No. It will not be easy. It will not be easy. It will be step-by-step approach. And I'll not focus on Balkans. I hope my colleague will focus on that. But basically, we should not imagine that it will be a 2004 enlargement, bombs, 6 countries or whatever, No, country by country. But we have to choose who is the first one, who is much more closer. It's at Montenegro or what Albania. They're very motivated. But if we don't send them signals, they really, without our not motivating signals, we influence the internal political situation in those countries. And the Euroscepticism is present everywhere. Even in my country, Euroscepticism disappeared about, I don't know, 5 years ago. 3, okay, good. So you see, it takes time. And if you speak about families, bigger the family, stronger the family. And about perception, I bought my summer house 20 years ago. It took me 15 years until they accepted me. And what was the criteria? My neighbors started to invite me to funerals. Then I understood that, oh, I am the local already, It takes time. It takes time from the candidate country, and it takes time for the EU as a whole, but let's not be afraid, and not look at Russia. If Russia is guiding EU, I don't know why we are following these instructions.
But who said that?
Yeah.
No.
So I was not understood properly.
No. I am saying that.
Okay.
I'm saying that. So to wrap up, I think that it's very important to start the process with a positive motivation, with the interest from EU side, and start country by country.
Okay. when we look at the level of preparedness of the candidates, we of course have to differentiate, but there's not one country that is very close to fulfilling at least the obligation set by the acquis. And the alignment with the acquis compliance is not yet there. So my question to Małgorzata is, but what do you think are the most difficult chapters to be negotiated with the candidates? Matteo made a clear statement that it's most of all the political one, so maybe the cluster one, where it's about the fundamental values, rule of law, functioning of democratic institutions, etc. Or is it really the bread and butter things like agricultural policy, cohesion funds? What's your take on that?
First, let me stress, it's very much a political decision. I mean, enlargement will not happen without a very strong political will of the countries, okay? That's number one. Number two, enlargement will not happen if we, as the EU, won't have a very clear position towards Russia, because it will be consequences. I'm not saying we have to look at Russia and ask Russia for permission, but we have to see what is our position towards Russia, what policy we want to lead, because we are entering into tough Russia now. It is unlike it was in 2004. In 2004, Russia was not reacting. Now we have an imperialistic, dangerous Russia with nuclear weapons, with a war over in Ukraine, so it will be a statement. And I'm for it. I mean, Poland, very clear statement. Poland is for enlargement, and we want to do it as quickly as we can. By the way, Poland takes as you know, we have a presidency to the EU Council right now, and Poland pushes for opening first 2 chapters. But Poland cannot do it ourselves, alone. We are moderator in the Council, and there is a very huge problem to do this, because there is not a unanimous will really to do so. And before Poland, there was a presidency of Hungary, and Hungary did not do much about pushing the process further. Then after us, it will be Denmark and Cyprus. So, you know, the presidency countries will try to push, but it's all consequence of the EU member states, if we do it or not, and how fast we will do it. We have 25 chapters, and all of them will be in a way difficult. Poland wants to open 2 chapters at first, democracy and rule of law, plus economic aspects. Both very difficult. But to our understanding, it's fundamental if we focus on the situation in Ukraine. One is very much about the values, and we are very much convinced that it's merit-based. We cannot just take Ukraine to the EU because Ukraine was attacked. So we have to really, step by step, verify what is really the situation in the country. And we are very aware, all of us, that Ukraine, it's not only that it has challenges in a consequence of war. Ukraine was also, as Latvia, but much longer, a part of Soviet Union, much longer. So mentality differences, certain, you know, issues concerning how this country works, corruption problems, and all that, it is a challenge. So that's one. From the other side, economy, it's also a problematic thing, because Ukraine, even if we don't know how the talks will end. We are very much afraid, by the way, in Poland, the Americans and the Russians talk directly without asking Europe even. So we can only visualize what could be, you know, the American version of the optimum truce between the parties. We, by the way, don't believe that this war will finish this year. But even if this is coming to an end, we will face Ukraine, which is one of the largest EU countries with very strong, European countries with very strong agriculture, with now 60% of economy producing for war. Ukraine sells There is a lot of businesses going on between especially Poland and Ukraine all the time. We are very much interested in rebuilding Ukraine immediately. So it's an economic exercise as well. But we have to also look at our side. So as you mentioned, challenges to Poland, for example, Ukrainian agriculture will put a big challenge. And of course, being democracy, we have to also consider the fears of our farmers, right? So for example, or from the other side, our small and medium-sized enterprises and even huge companies, Polish, located in Poland, who have already a lot of business with Ukrainians, are afraid of consequences of, let's say, pumping lots of attention and capital only to Ukraine, because it may create strong competitive structure on the other side. So I'm just giving you examples. There will be many question marks how really handle this process.
Thank you. I would like to take up also one question from the Slido and put it to Matteo. And the question concerns the insistence of the European Union on this merit-based approach. And one of the risks could be then to lose one or the other candidate to rivaling powers, and one obvious case could be Georgia, for example, but can also think of other countries. So, Matteo, what do you think is this approach now, this kind of gradual integration, a way to cope with these dilemmas, not to give up fully on the merit-based approach, but to see some gains already, let's say, on the way towards membership, so that we have a more, let's say, equal distribution of costs and benefits between the two sides?
Thank you for your question, to which there is not an easy answer, I have to say. I mean, I think to a certain extent, just to put this gradual integration a bit in historical perspective as well, gradual integration probably has been a defining feature of enlargement policy since early 90s, when association agreement with Central Eastern European countries and Baltic states were reoriented as a backbone of a new enlargement policy after Copenhagen. So it's, I mean, already there was some element of this graduality. Moreover, for the Western Balkans, this model has been even more gradual from the very beginning to adapt the enlargement policy model to the war-torn condition of the region, so to work and so within the enlargement policy framework, there has been some kind of sectoral integration from the very beginning. There were elements of regional cooperation that all on the basis of EU standards from the very beginning. So to a certain extent, we have been experiencing this gradual integration for the last 30 years with very different results. In the Western Balkans, in particular, we have very contradictory experience of this gradual integration. I think in the first period, it was very useful to sustain the integration of the region into the EU and to extend EU zone of governance beyond its border and to sustain, to stabilize the region. But then after the years, this gradual integration also became more and more shaped by EU internal dynamics. So growing internal Euroscepticism, enlargement fatigue, even enlargement resistance. So it became a way also to postpone accession, and then also from a geopolitical context and consideration. So as a way to somehow also to move enlargement policy towards a more transactional direction. Also at a certain time to provide incentives to leaders, maybe of not fully democratic leaders, to align more with the EU demands. So it's very complicated balance. I think given current momentum after 2022, is more graduality is not really what we would need. Once, because the process is already very, very much gradual, and to make a meaningful offer, in between what they stand now and membership would require the member states to agree on something that is kind of membership minus status that is simply much more difficult than agreeing on letting new members in. And having at least some member within this institutional framework, I think will be really, as I completely agree with the other speakers, will be really the key to restore some kind of credibility.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I would like to take some questions and comments from the floor, and I would start with the gentleman over there, and then it's Michael Šebe and Carlos.
Andris Gobiņš, European Movement in Latvia. Thanks for an excellent conference, and I must say it was throughout interesting, but I'm surprised about this last panel. Normally, the analytical minds are the ones with both feet in reality and with a clear mind in future. And politicians tend to think about past. And in this case, it's just the opposite. We have a president who is very much with both feet in reality. And sometimes, with some statements of the analytical minds, I had the impression that you still live in old narratives. And I'll show some examples why I think so. And would be interesting to hear your comments about it. It's actually the entire thing is about, well, about enlargement is about how we frame things, what the narratives are. If we say that it is the EU is the family, then perhaps we haven't understood the basic idea of European Union, where actually the family is Europe. And the club, or the internal club within the family, is the European Union aspect. Actually, we don't invite people into the family. They are part of the family. We simply get them into the club within the family. That's the basic European idea from all the documents, all the legal, and also from reality in my concept and my understanding. And the second thing, which I think is, which Mr. Zatlers very clearly stated, is the big potential of enlargement, especially in getting Ukraine on board. And the analysts, they have all the doubts and talk about challenges mainly. And this challenge focus is partly as well a part of the entire narrative, where you don't talk about rare earths, about energy, about not the agricultural problems, but the need to feed the world. Actually, from a Eurocentrist to a wider view, I would expect analytical minds to think and understand the need to feed the world, where actually we need Ukraine as a big player and not Russia occupying Ukraine and then trying to dictate the costs of food, etc. So to finish is one more narrative which I found very disturbing or surprising, is that this attention towards Russia. I think more important is what our narrative or our understanding or message towards ourselves is. If we say that we don't stick to Copenhagen criteria, which is a promise that everyone can join the EU, but suddenly there is some Russian aspect which we have to keep in mind, then we're not honest to ourselves and to our own commitments, our own rules which we have been setting ourselves. And I think that is 10 times worse than in a neighbor who you can't predict anyway. So it's more important to be clear to ourselves, to those who want to become a member, because that's a clear statement which we have made and within all our legal documents, and to keep this in mind and not to think and waste too much time on a Russia which we will never be able to impact, at least in the next years. Thank you.
Thank you. We will have a chance to respond, but collect first other questions and comments.
Hello, Mihai Sebe from European Institute of Romania. I have one question related to Republic of Moldova and the case of Transnistria. How do you see the solution of this process during the enlargement, given the fact that the EU cannot support a new Cyprus within? And secondly, a country that was not mentioned but matters, Turkey, which has been one of the longest candidate states. We are talking about Western Balkans, Eastern enlargement, but we seem to forget about also the elephant in the room, the case of Turkey. How are you going to proceed in that situation? Do you have something? Thank you.
Thank you. Carlos, and then the lady over there.
Okay, wonderful. Thank you, colleagues. Wonderful, wonderful panel, really intriguing. I have 2 questions, if I may. I'm sorry, both of them are very cynical. You said that the Moldovan choice is about the people who already have made their choices, but I think in case of Moldova, it's not about people, and we have to start recognizing it's about geopolitics. We cannot afford to have another Russian exclave in Europe and in European Union. Okay, we have already Kaliningrad. If Moldova is suddenly lost, and if it remains in the grips, and now Putin, we see, is throwing everything he can in order to basically hold on to Moldova, but it may be a lost game, and I hope it's a lost game. But this is what I would like to have your comment on. Do you see that we're gonna get Moldova will manage to get Moldova out of the Putin's claws? And the second, Matteo, to you, your original intervention, you used the phrase relative losers, and I was thinking to ask you a question. 2004, 7, 13 enlargement. Who were the relative losers of the EU enlargement? And then, if in case you're going to go back and say that no, there weren't no losers, then there's a follow-up immediately. Sorry, it's an algorithm that I'm asking. Then in that case, the question is, so what is the problem with enlargement? Who is stopping the enlargement if there are no losers, only winners?
Okay, so now, please.
Thank you. My name is Elizabeth Sparane. I'm a political sciences and law student, and I have 3 questions.
Oh.
The first one touches the EU enlargement. So if we are talking about the requirements of potential countries to join EU, basically the Copenhagen criteria that were mentioned, do you think they should be lowered? The second and third question touches the EU internal cooperation, specifically the military aspect. The second question is about an idea of European army. Do you think it is needed, and would it be a duplicate of NATO? And the third question is about nuclear power. Right now, France is the only country in the European Union that has autonomous power to choose how to use their nuclear power, because all of the other nuclear powers and bombs belong to NATO, and the United States is the one who governs it. Thank you.
Thank you. I see we are running out of time. One more question, and then we go back to the panel, please.
Thank you very much, Matija Bučar, Embassy of Slovenia. I represent the older part of the audience, I guess. I don't know when that happened, but I clearly remember when there was, that big bang when, including my country, entered the EU. And it always struck me, Slovenia started negotiations in 1998, and the negotiations ended in 2002. That means we needed 4 years for the whole process. Now, I know that in the meantime, somehow the structure of the negotiations changed, but not the substance, not really, right? And if you take a look at some of the countries, I'm specifically aiming to the ones in the Western Balkans, the process takes like forever, and sometimes you start wondering, do they really want to enter? I mean, not the general public, of course, because we know the public opinion is pro-EU, but what about the leaders? I mean, is there the problem maybe? And when we are asking ourselves, what can EU do more? I mean, we do really a lot, including my country, which is really active, but sometimes we should probably also ask ourselves, is it maybe also something on their part that they need to enhance?
Okay, so do we have an elite problem? And we start with Matteo, and in reverse order, we have final round. Please.
I mean, too many questions. Where to start?
Just pick and choose.
Yes.
Pick and choose.
I mean, I'm not. I mean, usually the audience in Italy is much less pro-enlargement friendly. Usually I'm the most pro-enlargement person in the room, so it's quite a difference in perception, I would say. Regarding cost and benefits, every enlargement policy had the winner and loser, both among the member states and within the social groups within the member states that were also able to mobilize internally. So far, especially countries in the center decided to somehow compensate often for this loss and also to change. And we have seen how the policy of the European Union have evolved together with enlargement. We have the agricultural policy, cohesion fund, and so on. And also this reflects a way to make politically acceptable enlargement. And I think now also for the Polish farmer, for instance, or I mean, there are a lot of ways to manage it, to manage politically all this. I don't think it's really a main challenge for enlargement. It's just we just need to find a way to compromise, to think a bit about agricultural policy, how can be a bit reform, maybe how maybe Ukraine can receive a little bit less of agricultural policy and maybe something more in cohesion funds. I mean, I think there is a creative way we can think, and I don't think these are main challenges, but are problem that should be managed politically, otherwise will backfire. In terms of messaging, I think certain time, especially from the European Commission, signals about enlargement has been okay, reflecting the new geopolitical momentum, the geopolitical imperative for enlargement, but sometimes I think a little bit more honesty on also the challenges of this process would be more helpful for the long-term sustainability of it, especially because all discounts that are made now in the assessment will be paid in the future. And now I think because of the geopolitical situation, there is much strategic convergence between the member states. And so this is now the moment also where to prepare for more difficult time, where maybe the perception will be more different. If we avoid and we take shortcuts now, in the future it will be much, much more difficult to correct the mistake we have done today. Thank you.
Again, I repeat myself. I think enlargement is one of the tools of the EU to lead certain approach to itself and to the world. To itself and to the world. So the key to understand this policy is not only what we think about Russia, it's what we think about all these aspects, because we are in a certain moment of time. And there is a consequence of this moment of time. Like in previous years, the big enlargement, the great enlargement happened because the member states at that time considered pros, cons, and decided in that circumstances that that's the best choice for the Union. Not only for the countries who were entering the Union. You know, Poland was famous for being romantic. We're not romantic anymore. We are pragmatic. That's the reality. It's political reality, meaning we always think, whatever you compare it, you know, that's a comparison. I compare it to a family not just because 100% it works. It was just a comparison. I'm not saying that Ukraine is not in a European family. I'm just saying that a newcomer in whatever structure is always a challenge to the structure. And it's also a challenge for a newcomer, right? It's very obvious. So don't dig into this looking for something else which is not said. European finalité is not decided. We discuss it for many, many years. You know, if Turkey should be in Europe or not. By the way, Cyprus geographically is in Asia, but we took it. But now, today, maybe we could discuss if we did the right thing or not. Poland and other countries of our region were entering the EU because many EU member states, especially Germany, helped enormously. Without this role, we would never enter. We would have never entered. So there is a lot of circumstances. It's a very complicated game. But at the end of the day, it has to be seen for the EU countries, unanimously we decide, by the way, about enlargement, as a thing right to do. Otherwise, it will not happen, okay? That's one. Then I agree with Carlis, it's a geopolitical decision today, And if you ask me, I think there is nothing else we can do to do than enlargement, because it protects us, it enlarges our borders. We should take not only Moldova, we should take Ukraine, but we have to convince the others. The Spanish, for example, the Portuguese, the Ireland, who is not even in NATO, Austria, who is not in NATO, Malta, who is not in NATO. We have to deal with a very complex game of interest, and not necessarily everybody would agree. Morocco applied to the EU as well, to the European communities. Morocco wanted to be in the European communities, but it was rejected. Yes, because of Spain. Turkey, actually in the 60s they started, and in 1999 they got the candidate status. They opened negotiations in 2005, and until today, nothing. It's frozen. So if we talk about the reality and real perspective of enlargement, that we have to really decide about what we really want. To me, when you ask me, I think it is really one of the crucial decisions the EU has to take, one of the most important, similar to the decision concerning defense, how we want to handle the fact that we have Article 42 in the treaty, but we have also NATO with Article 5, so we have to decide. And this is parallelly going, that Ukraine cannot be in NATO because of the United States, and maybe other members as well, but it can be in the EU. Maybe. So all these things are connected. And last point, it is a lot to do with European security, which was not the case so much when we entered in 2004. But now it's really the key.
I'll try to answer some questions. The first is about French nuclear. I would like you to understand that nuclear weapons are threatening weapons. There's not much sense using them on a battlefield. More problems than gains. So if you look, Russia has stopped threatening with the nuclear weapons the rest of the world, in the recent months at least. Yeah? So then the question is, which country France is going to threaten? And the answer is, unfortunately, not the right one we want to hear: Russia. And I don't think this is let's say, a real politics that would lead to some peaceful solutions. Now about Moldova. You see, Moldova has a status of de jure and de facto. And we look at Moldova as the jure territory. They have Russian troops on their soil. And this is a big obstacle. And we have to find out the obstacles in the other places too, that like in Serbia-Kosovo issue is an obstacle now. In Bosnia-Herzegovina, let's say the conflict between Republika Srpska and Sarajevo centralized institutions, they are really serious obstacles. It's much more let's say, challenge than anything else. But we have to focus on those like Montenegro, like Albania, like North Macedonia, which really don't have too much obstacles except political will and action. So I would say European Union needs an action plan, a really detailed action plan, and we need a leader who will follow this action plan step by step, step by step. Nothing will happen overnight, but we have to follow the geopolitical interests of the European Union, above all.
Okay, so thank you very much for your assessment. You see that enlargement is a very complicated issue, because when we talk about enlargement, we talk about the future us. And that is, of course, invites many very different perspectives and preferences. And I think it is and has always been a question of leadership inside the European Union, because you really have to have a leap of heart that you say, well, this is now good enough, and we try together and we combine forces. But you have to build not only a majority, but you have to build a consensus. And we know that in some member states there will be referenda on accession of new members. When you think about France, Austria, maybe the Netherlands. So there are some countries where also policymakers need to find communication strategies that are credible. And I would like to take up Matteo's notion that it's also a question of credibility. And that makes us, at least as analysts, to look also at the challenges and the risks, which does not mean not to see the political, the geopolitical, the economic gains that we all have from enlargement, but pointing also at some significant costs of adaptation, for example, and acceleration of action, taking action. That is at least what we think is our job, and I'm happy that we had this mix of practitioners from policymakers and analysts on the panel. Thank you very much for joining and for concluding this conversation on the EU and its future. Thank you very much. And I will give the floor to Carlos for final words.
Colleagues, thank you very much for staying with us the whole day. Those of you who have been, yes, the camera is on me now, watching us the whole day, probably it felt like a binge-watching TV series or something like this, the EU conversations. But we're quite happy that we scaled down from last year's 11 conversations to 7 conversations, because it was physically much more exhausting, as some people pointed out last year. Anyways, my only task is, Barbara, thank you very much for moderating such a wonderful panel. Once again, a round of applause to you. And my only task is to basically roll the credits. So many thanks to, first of all, my own team. Sara Wienberga, Cynthia Brock, Mikos Kovalevskis, Marci Vaskis. Thank you so much, guys. It took months to do this, and we managed. And here is Sara. A round of applause to her specialist. You know when to enter in the right moment. European Commission representation, Zane Petre, of course, Andris Kužnieks, and Kaspars Kreits. Our Parliament colleagues, Ieva Dēze, first of all. Of course, Edmunds Cepurītis, Girts Ostrovskis, Kristīna Miščenko, and Juris Miezis, who have been helping really a lot. And also, a thank you, which usually is not being said, but I'm going to use the opportunity. Thanks to the cops who were letting us in and letting us out. They never get their thank yous. And with this, we conclude today. So see you next year for the 11th year. Take care.